Oh, phew. There we go. Hello and welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to my channel, or channels. Today I'm trying again to use a restream because I think it's an excellent opportunity. I'm not affiliated or partner anything like that with Twitch, or for that matter with YouTube, so I can do precisely as I like, and I am going to take full advantage of that by streaming to two setups at one time. So today we are going to take this bird out for a flight. We're going to take the last leg of my world tour, the Asian Pacific tour that we've done now. There's, if you followed along on my Discord, there was a little bit of confusion or problems with respect to that, given that I initially wanted to make this as a recording because it's a long flight and we had COVID in the house. COVID was in the house and left again, fortunately. So I thought, well, I'm going to make it as a recording because that will also give me a little bit of hands-free. I mean, you know, it gave me a little bit. I could pause it and all that when I wanted to edit it. And I wanted to take the 777 200 ER out for a flight, which turned to be completely disastrous. I ran out of fuel way before getting to the destination, getting to Munich, and that was even with including a lot of extra fuel, so the fuel calculation for that plane is completely haywire. So I'm going a little bit safer. I was actually contemplating for a while which plane I wanted to take because I was sort of I really wanna fly the one of the Boeings, but I cannot also miss the opportunity to fly the only real plane that I have that actually existed. Of all the virtual airlines I'm a member of, United, Lufthansa and Scandinavian, Lufthansa is actually the only company that actually had the A340-600. So why miss that opportunity? And in my opinion, you can say what you want, I think this is a beautiful livery. I mean, it really shows how freaking long this airplane really is. It's big, like they call it a pencil plane. But with that being said, there are obviously, when you're watching my streams, there are sort of some things that I want to make you aware of. And let me just get Fly Live Studio up. One is that, like I said, we had COVID in the house, and that was my son. He was ill with COVID. We don't know yet whether my wife or me or our daughter have it or has had it. We really don't know yet. Both my wife and I, we've had some symptoms, but nothing sort of out of the ordinary. I think it was 639. Let me just check. 639, yes. Alright, that is set up, so let me give you the Pfpx overlay and the Fly Live top. There we go, now that should be in order as well. So we're going, like I said, we're going from keep forgetting. Jesus. Good morning, Michael. We're going from Dubai to Munich, and we're going to fly on IVAO today because I've had a lot of people that thought I should do it. So I decided why not. So let me just get IVAO set up as well. Yeah, we are in an A346, but we are not United. We are Lufthansa 639. Virgin, no, we're flying for Lufthansa. I forgot. I always forget. Why does it have to give such a loud toot every time I disconnect Xpilot? Come on. Release TCAS. Let's try again. Yes. And we have a flight plan. Perfect. Alright, so that is in order, and let me just get the departure set up as well. I've minimized it. Let me just do something else, something completely different that will make this a heck of a lot more easier. So let me see. I'm pretty sure. Oh well. Let's see. Chat. No, that was certainly not what I want. I don't want help. There's the chat and the. Let me see if I can. There you go. Now I have the chat. On a separate window here. That should make all of this a little bit easier. So let me sort of get this set up relatively easily. So I decided that we should take runway 12 right, because when I get a meter from XEnviro, it says the wind is from 080, 5 knots. It is variable between 350 and 150, which is a lot. It means it's all over the place, but I'm going for this because otherwise I could just select nothing. So let me just no wait, let's get the plane up and running, and then I'm going to set this up while we are waiting for the passengers to board. So let's go into the flight deck. Alright, so here we are. So I have 2 checklists running now. The main checklist is going to be this one, so let me just show you that. This one here. This is sort of the abbreviated, it's the checklist. The other one is more like ensuring that you have done everything right. But usually I'm going to do flows. So that is what we're going to do today as well. So we're going to check that all the gear levers are in the neutral position. All engine mode selectors are all engine selectors are off. Mode selector in norm. That the speed brake and the flaps are off or in 0. That the radar is off and predictive wind shear is off. We can set these two multi-scan and GCS to auto, and I usually also set this to 5 degrees up now that I'm there. We're going to set the floodlight sort of relatively halfway up. Make sure that the squawk is in standby position and that TRA, the TCAS, is in the standby as well. I'm going to set this to above for now, and then we're going to select below at some point when we're in the cruise. Up here we're going to ensure that the wipers are off. I forgot to look that the gear lever is down. It is. Wipers are off. And we're going to check the power here on the batteries. They should be above 25 volts roughly. They are. So we're going to turn them on. There we go. And let's just give the plane a second or two to wake up, and then we're going to enable the external. So we're going to enable external A and external B. All right. Now the plane is really waking up. So now we're going to go down to our pages here and brighten them up. Especially Econ message, the lower we're going to use that right now. When it has awakened. Up. Let me just check if we have any ATC online here. No, we don't. Alright, so it says GPWS Digibus is, yeah, I know that as well, is in up. So we're going to clear that out. There we go. So first we're going to check here to see that the pressure is above 1000 psi. It is. Then we're going to go to the hydraulics page, which I always for some reason call the hydrogen page. Yeah, I'm not a physicist for anything. And we are all in the green band, so that's fine. Oh, I didn't want to do that actually. And then we're going to go to the engine page and make sure that we have oil on board, and we certainly have that. So turn the engine page off. Then we can see here that we have one cabin door open and we have 3 cabin doors open here. Alright, let's continue with the... let's just order the fuel. So we're going to go in here and we're going to say ground. We have... today we have... let me just show you. 297 passengers, if I'm not mistaken. I just selected full house. And this... if you want to know, I've made this plan with the Pfpx. I'm not using SimBrief because I like Pfpx a heck of a lot more, even though SimBrief in some instances is easier. Oh, that took a lot to say. A lot of breath. So we have 252 adults and we have 45 children, no infants, given exactly 200. Alright, let's just do it like this then. 297 passengers. Cargo, we have 5,000. So let me see if we put 5,000 in here, in the front. See if that evens it. Let's just put, you know what, let's just make this relatively even. We're not flying super heavy today. And then let's distribute the passengers instead to sort of even it reasonable out. Alright, and block fuel, we are going to need 7,438, and one of the very cool things about what Tolis has given us is that we can do exactly that. 74438 on the nose. And let's apply this. And apply this. This is really actually a quick load, but I'm just going to say we are going to order it because it makes it a little bit more... let's get a low pressure air system here because it's probably a little bit hot in Dubai these days. Let's check the temp, outside temp. We don't have any yet. Alright, let me see, disengage the parking brake. Hopefully the guys outside, they stayed. I think I can still hear them, so they probably did. They're still in off position. Good. So let's remove this and let's do the flows. So I'm going to start up here by getting the ADS cooking. We're going to test the APU, get an ECAM message and fire warning light. That's nice. There's nothing we need to deal with here, nothing here. I'm going to leave the captain and purse switch off for now, which probably means that I'm going to forget it unless you are helpful enough to remind me. We're going to set the crew supply to on and ground control recorder to on. Let's start up here. Let's do a test of the engine panel. Getting fire down here. Fire and ECAM message, an annoying sound, and the master warnings is on as well. We're not going to deal with, well, we can do that because I wanted to see, no, yeah, so let's deal with that. I'm pretty sure, if I ever remember, it's the blue one. Let's see. This should go to the green band, yes. Perfect. So let's turn that off and see if I can get that down again. We're going to leave the fuel pumps off for now because we're still refueling. At least that's what I'm saying. The battery panel here, let's do a battery test. So we're going to go for electric DC, yes. Let's turn them off. And while they settle, I'm going to take a sip of coffee. Alright, so let's turn them on. See what they do. What I'm looking for is that there's no weird spikes or they just all over the place. Mainly that both the voltage and the amperes settle on something. So one of them is on 15 amperes, one of them, let's see, this is probably going to, the APU is probably settle on 5, 18 and 15. Yeah, that's fine. That's, I mean, that's all we're looking for. We're looking for any sort of weird spikes or anything like that in the power and the voltage. So we have Pfpx faults, obviously, because we haven't neither gotten the APU or the engines running. But other than that, the temperature seems to be fine. Down here, we probably don't need anti-ice today. I don't think it. And we're going to set the strobe to auto. We're going to set the nav logo to 1 because it's day. We're not going to deal with these lights yet, but we're going to set the no smoking sign to auto and the emergency exit lights. Seat belts, we're not going to set that to on today. Yeah, we're going to set on. We're not going to set that. We're not going to set those. Oh, how the heck do I say that? We're not going to switch the seatbelt sign to on because we're still refueling. And the explanation is that, let's say that we set the sign to on, and then people begin to put on the seatbelts, and then suddenly there is an accident with the fueling hose. Maybe there's a fuel issue, fire with the fuel, and then in order for to make sure that the passengers don't need to take off loosen their seatbelts, and then possibly burn to death in the plane, we only turn the seatbelt sign to on when we actually refueled. So that's pretty much the overhead panel for now. Let's go down here and ensure that all the radios are on, that we checked this, and we're going to double check it again, but we have all the radios on. Down here the rudder is in 0, rudder trim is in 0. We have the parking brake off now. We can set this to unlock and open the door so we can say hello to the nice passengers when they come on board. And again, the engine mode selectors are in norm, and the engine starters or engine selectors here are in the off position. Printer is not functional yet, and most of the ATSU and common emissions and all that are not functional yet in this plane here, but I'm confident, I'm pretty sure, as far as I know, that Solis is working very hard on getting it going. Alright, that should be most of the stuff we need to do to get the plane up and running. So I am going to look at the weather briefing once again, just to get the QNH. It's 10:16, so let's put it... Well, there we go. Let me just see if this goes above 30. Yeah, it does. That's one of the issues that I also had with the 777s, the flight factor 777s, the QNH wouldn't go higher than 1030 for some reason. 1016. There we go. Alright, so let's just making sure that go to pressure page. Landing elevation is in auto, and we're going to look at the status page. It's normal. Alright. I think that the ground handling crew here, they are finished with the making the airplane looks nice. So we're going to ask the guys with the cargo to come and fill her up. Let's just add... There we go. Let's take a look outside and see how it looks when they come. While I set this up here, start and push. Yeah, let me get the passenger set up as well. So start flight, fly Korea, yeah, sure. DB to EDDM, yes. LH is actually DLH, but okay, 3600. Flight time, let me get that. So we're expecting 6 hours and 20, so I'm going to 6 hours and 17, so I'm going to give us 6 hours and 30 just to have a little bit time to do a go around or anything like that. 6:30, and let me see. Expecting travel about 11 o'clock. Yeah, let's say we're going for 30 minutes prep time, and we have 297 passengers on board. Next, Wi-Fi, yeah, IV, play boarding. We're going to play the Lufthansa boarding music, and we serve snack and drinks and meal. Yeah, let's get them aboard.
We're ready to go when you are.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I said it the wrong way. Instant, not instant. Short. Let's end it. Yeah, sure. Start. Fly Korea. Yeah, next. What did I say? 1 hour and 25? 30 minutes. And 30 minutes. And I am using the profile for the A350-1000 because unfortunately the A346 doesn't include all the way up to 297 passengers, 280. So I'm sort of stuck with that. Next, Wi-Fi, IV, yes, I just said all of that. So Lufthansa, yeah. Now we can start. It'll take a little bit more time now, just a tad. All right, let me get this set up here. Start and push. So we are at gate D2, right? Wasn't it Delta 2? Yeah, Delta 2. Delta 2. I don't know which taxiways we're going to use yet. Let's try to get sort of a rough idea. So we want to take 1-2 right, so we are probably going to do a taxi via Juliet. Juliet 2. Kappa. Kappa 4. And then hold short. No, wait, let's go all the way back to Kappa 3 so we have a little bit more. I don't know if we can... Yeah, we can't do that. Let's do that. Let's go all the way back. Undo. All the way back to Kappa 1. So we can use all the runway that we have available. So Juliet, Juliet 2, Kappa, Kappa 1. Meaning holding short Kappa 1. So let me see. Juliet. Juliet 2. Kappa. And we're going to hold short cover 1. Runway is going to be 1, 2. Right. The sit that we're going to fly was the DAV 4F. Yeah. Let's see other types. No, we're going to do that. Initial climb. Let's just say 10,000 because that's the highest you can take. Transition altitude. Let's see if we can figure that out by getting the plates departure. Demo 4 Foxtrot. We actually have a fixed info that we need to set up. Let me see. 13,000. Hvad?
Digit.
Okay.
Man skal ikke gøre noget specielt for det.
Okay. Yeah, my son is playing Pokemon in the background, so that's... He wanted to tell me that he just caught a Lickitung. So. Alright, let's see. I think that's all we need to set up here, so we're ready to start and push and all that. Let's remove this and go back to the flight deck. So what we need to do now is to set up the box. So we're going to use the diff rips. If you tap to set it up. And since there's no ATC online here, as far as I know. Yeah, no, still not. We're going to do exactly as we want to do. So, let's check it here. We are using the Trent 556 engines, 556B. Eric cycle is the 2113. Change code nothing and no changes in idle and performance. So from there we're going to go to init. And I have a company route because this is a heck of a long route and I don't want to spend time setting that up. Oscar Mike, Delta, Bravo. You know what? No. Let's just do it for once. It's going to be a pain in the butt. Let's do it. Return. So first we need to find the alternate, which is in the end somewhere here. I think it was ETSI. Echo Tango Sierra India. We are up. Today's flight is, I know this, I'm just going to be sure. Lufthansa 639. Passengers 297. Cost index 100. Initial cruise is 360. And the temp at top of descent is minus 47. Not 47. Minus 47. That would be... Outside air temp is 26. Yeah, I told you it was a hot day here in Dubai. And we're not dealing with winds right now because we haven't set up anything. Alright, with that done, we're going to go to flight plan. So we're going to start here. Departure. It was 1 to right. Going to use the... that's because it's 30 right. Yeah. Let me change that over here as well. It's going to be DAV 4G, but we're going to end out in DAV mode in any case. So let's insert that. All right, we're going to end at DAV mode. So brace yourself. Airways. So our first airway of the day is going to be Mike 318. So Mike 3-1. The next one is going to be Mike 317. Yeah, Mike 317. And it should put Gapco in. It did, certainly. Then we're going to use Lima 319. And it put IMCOD in, yes. Mike 3117. Did we already use that? Yeah, Lima 319, and then it go to rated, but it shouldn't. It could go to Paris. So we're going to change that here.
On behalf of the cabin crew, I'd like to welcome you aboard our flight.
So let's see, Lima 319. Oh, Lima 319
If the overhead bin is full, please make sure you close
to
it as a
Paris.
courtesy to other passengers. Please double check that all your items are put away so that the aisle is clear and other passengers.
And then we can put in Mike
Please
317.
read the exit seating responsibilities in the card in the seat back in front of you. If you're not able to comply with these actions, please let a flight attendant know.
Stasis.
Feel free to
Let's see
use
if
your
it
cell phone
if it
during
does
the
it
rest of the boarding
correctly.
process, but we do ask that laptops, tablets, and any other larger electronic devices are stowed once we depart from the gate. Thank you and welcome aboard.
Uniform Lima 746. Stasis, yes. And from there we're going to go to Gopka. Oh, we have when ready 119.550. Okay. Let's see what he's saying. Digital 80s. $12, right? That was fortunate. Confirm ATIS info Bravo. Alright, so let me just remove this for now because we don't need it. Let's continue putting in the stuff into the box. So that was going to go to Gopka. Gokpa. And this is why it's a little bit a pain in the butt too. Do all of this. So from Gopka we're going to say Airways again. And then we're going to use uniform mic 10 10. Oh. And from there we're going to use uniform Lima 852 and ensure that this goes to TVOC. Yes, it does. And then Q6, Quebec 6, that's very easy. To Negam, yes. And then Yankee 520. Up 520. And it's Erdem, yes. And then Uteka, and then we have some directs. Let's insert that. So from Uteka we're going to go direct to Golpa. Golf Oscar Romeo Papa Alpha. From Golpa direct to T-Bro. And let's insert that. And then we're going to do airways again. This is why you prefer to use company routes. Tibro, Sulu. Sulu. 427. Ekip. Then Papa 66. Yes. Route 66. Tango 101. And then it should say Papa, where was Papa 66 to Sotov, yes. And here to base Betos. Bravo Echo, Tango, Oscar, Sierra. Alright, so we have done that. Alright, so I'm going to jot down some things here because we're expecting our runway. Let me just get the latest it's info Charlie here, so it's info Charlie. I'm expecting to get the, what was it called? DAVMO? Was it DAVMO? It was not the DAVMO Foxtrot, it was DAVMO. DAVMO for golf. This one here. DAVMO for golf. For golf. With the DAVMO transition. Then as filed. Let's see if I can follow along. So, hello and ready. C119550. Alright. Let's do that. Let me see what I selected as my... yeah. That was my DAVMO for golf, but then as filed. Then we're going to get an altitude and a squawk, so let me have the pen and paper ready. So we had information Charlie at stand Delta 2, and we are in a Airbus 346. Heavy. Well, we are heavy, so. And we are Lufthansa 639.
We're ready to go when you are. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard Flight 639 with service to Munich. Our flight time will be roughly
heavy.
1 hour and 30 minutes. Now that the cabin door is closed, please make sure that all devices are in airplane mode and your large devices are now shut down and stowed. Please fasten your seatbelt and make sure that all tray tables and seat backs are in a full upright lock
Did
position
you say
for
1 hour and 30
cabin
minutes?
Crew, prepare cabin for departure.
I think I did this wrong. All right, let's get the clearance first. So, ready with pen and paper? So let's see. It was Tower that was online, yeah. It's a good morning. I don't know what time it is. It's morning for me, so okay. Dubai Tower, good morning. Lufthansa 639 heavy at stand Delta 2 with information Charlie requesting clearance to München.
Lufthansa 6390, Dubai Tower, good evening. Charlie is correct, clear destination via Dovmo 4 Foxtrot departure, runway 30 right, initial climb 4,000 feet, squawk 2024.
Dubai Tower, Lufthansa 639 Heavy. Can we get 1-2 right and a Davmo 4 Foxtrot instead?
Affirmative, Lufthansa 639, you can clear destination. Davmo 4 Foxtrot departure, runway 12 right. Correction, Lufthansa 639, clear destination. Via Davmo 4 Golf departure, runway 12 right, initial climb 4,000 feet, squawk 2024.
Lufthansa 639 is cleared to München. Fly the Davmo 4 Golf departure with the Davmo transition, then as filed. Climb to 4,000 feet after departure and squawk 2024. Lufthansa 639 Heavy.
Lufthansa 639 ready, correction, readback correct, contact ready for push-ups.
Will contact when ready for push and start. Lufthansa 639 Heavy. Bye-bye. Alright. Let me see if I can get the...
Dubai Tower, good morning. Lufthansa 638 requesting startup and IFA clearance to destination Munich with info Charlie on board.
Lufthansa 638 Heavy, Dubai Tower, hello. Charlie is correct, stand by for cup clearance, just 1 minute.
Roger, Lufthansa 638.
There we go. Alright, let's see. Wi-Fi, IFE, play boarding, custom safety brief.
Lufthansa 638 Heavy, are we ready for cup clearance?
Alright.
Yes,
Roger, Lufthansa 638 Heavy, clear destination via Radab to Foxtrot departure, runway 30 right, initial climb 4,000 feet, squawk 5140.
Let's see.
Startup is approved. Clear to Munich, VDAP 2 Foxtrot departure out of runway 30 right, flight to en route, climb via the 4,000 feet, squawk 5140, the goal, climb with the 638.
Lufthansa 638 Heavy, correction, feedback is correct, contact ready for push-ups.
Welcome, 638.
There we go. This set up. Now we're just waiting for the passengers, to be fair. Yeah. Alright. Cargo guys are finished. Let's get this stuff out of the way. We also refueled now, so we're going to... Someone is hot micing here. Setting this to on.
Last station calling, visibility 0 out of 1. Okay, I can't get it.
G'day, Dubai Towers, Echo Kilo 23.
Echo Kilo 2343, it will be 5 by 5 now.
Give me 1 minute.
Alright, let's continue, finish with the boxer. So it was Davmo 4 Golf, right? Yeah, Davmo 4 Golf, perfect. Let's see, Red Nav. Let's take a look. You know what? I'm going to trust this the plane here. I'm just going to check the runway approach. 1-2 right. India Delta Bravo Echo and 109.5. 109.5, India Delta Bravo Echo cross checked. Course is 119er, course is 119er. Perfect. Let's remove that, we don't need it actually, we only need the departure. What's that? That was Golf, yeah, the right one. So, let's go to Init B. Let's get the TOLIS app up. Loading info, so we should have 200. Let's cross-check that with the plan. Right on the nose. So 220.2. We are certainly a heavy heavy airplane here. Alright, let's see, slash dash, whatever you want to call it, 25.1. I'm having a little bit of issue with my mouse here. It's not 74.4. That gives me 74.4. And we have certainly extra. But that may change when we put in wind. So let's go to performance as the last thing. We're going to do a flat 3. We're going to use toga.
America 2343, Roger, clear destination.
So, flat 3. Up 3.0.
Climb 4,000 feet, squawk 4570.
Flex temp, nothing. 160, 160, 166. So, V1. 160.
Emirates 2343, clear to Sydney Airport and Falls. Takeoff runway
166.
30 right. Climb maintain.
Transition altitude is fine.
Squawk 4570.
Emirates 2343, box correct. Contact ready for push answer.
Go to here. Can I see?
Emirates 2343, clearance.
No.
Start,
So I do need the up. I do need some. Get this again. So runway elevation is 100 is 11. So the nearest would be 20. So and 1,000. So let's say 1,020 here. So it's going to. All right. So let's put in 1,011.
Emirates 2343.
Can you say 1,020?
Getting ready to catch.
There we go. That is what I wanted.
Alright. On Zulu.
Yep, we'll put all of that in. So let's go and do the winds here. Wind. So, climb wind. Now, I made this plan yesterday, so it might be a little bit dated, but it's the best we got, so let's use it. Okay. So, it's just text that's missing. So, 26880. 26880. And 350. 269er, 269er, 73, 280, 279er, 279er, 55, 210. 28834 and 140 and 313. I don't need that. It's a bad habit.
Lufthansa 638 request pushed.
Lufthansa 63938 was answer Japan facing east on Zulu.
Yeah, I'd like to get proof and starter proof as well, but not yet. Sir, I don't have that here, so let's just go to the plan itself.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I would love to welcome you aboard our flight. When you find your seat, please be sure to place your larger carry-on items in the overhead bins and smaller items underneath the seat in front of you. Unless you're in the front row, please place all of your items in the overhead.
269er
If
88.
you have any trouble finding a location for your carry-on items, please let a flight attendant know and we would be happy to assist you.
And we can always put in the
overhead bin and it is
yeah, let's just
full,
put the
make sure
descent
you
winds
close it
in.
as a courtesy to other passengers. Also be sure that the aisle is clear and sit down.
That is also
so that way
one of
other
the things that I
passengers
noticed
can
that we
get by.
cannot do in the
If you're seated in an emergency
Boeing's,
exit row,
the
please
flight
remember
factor
that
Boeing's.
2343 facing Zulu, ready for
provided for you. Please make sure
Terrain
that
zero.
2343 heavy roger, taxi holding point kilo 10 runway 30 left via Zulu
Now's the time to
and
allow any
Kilo.
last-minute text messages if you need
44.
to, but we ask that once you depart from the gate, you put away any laptops or
230.
tablets. Thank you, and welcome aboard.
327. Yeah.
Confirm taxiing to runway 30 from there.
34.
Via
Emirates 2343 taxi
170.
holding point kilo 10 runway 30 left via Zulu and
317.
taxiing to holding point via Zulu 30 left.
21. 110. And the final 280. 13. 050. Alright, let's see. I don't know what that's not allowed, but 290, 230, 170, yeah, and all of that seems to be in order. Let's go to fuel prediction again. So you can see it changed the extra a little bit, but we still have extra, so that's fine. Let's go back to the top of the plan and put this number in as well. The Jettison gross weight. Basically the Jettison is if we need to divert quickly, then we're going to jettison the fuel before we can do that. So we can check here to see that our minimum landing weight is 259, so I'm going to put that in 25. Let's be on the safe side and to put 255 in. Let's just say 250. And our landing weight here is going to be 239er. Yeah, 250 seems to be reasonable. So if we decide to jettison the fuel, it's going to jettison, and that's an extremely clever system. It's going to jettison all the way until we are at 250 gross weight. So pretty neat. Let me see. Do I have a route for our alternate, or is it just direct? It's just a direct. So, alright. Go to performance. Alright, so now we're just waiting for the passengers to get here. On board, that is. Let's take a look outside.
Emirates 2343 heavy, you missed kilo 10, taxi to holding point kilo 7 runway 1 to right via Zulu.
Taxiing to Kilo 7 runway.
240. Changed a little bit, but okay. No, oh sorry, it's up here. Let's see, 118. Alright, let's do a route check now that we're waiting for the passengers to get on board. Oh, forgot to set it to plan. About 40 is okay. To flight plan. Do a sanity check of our plan to see if everything is as it should be. Let's compare with the charts here. And here I'm specifically talking about the departure here. So let's see. Let me get constraints on as well. Put airports over here at that. Let's see. Our first leg is going to be out to...
2343 confirming I'm still going the right direction.
Can you repeat again? Emirates 2343.
First leg is Astus, which should be below 5,000. Yes. Then we're going to go to Gearco. We're going to fly max 220 and above 4,000. Next is going to be
2343, cross runway
above 7,000 at DB 464, which we have there. Then we're going to fly out to Givli. Vapel. And Dathmo.
Crossing runway.
So as you can see, our standard arrival is fine. Let's go to 40 and check the rest of the flight plan.
Lufthansa 638, request taxi.
Lufthansa 638, Roger, taxi to holding point Kilo 7 via Zulu and
Taxi to holding point Kilo 7 via Zulu and Kilo Lufthansa 638.
Emirates 2343, crossing runway 30 left.
Then ending at Betas, and then we have a flight plan discontinuity because we haven't put in the departure, the arrival here yet. Yep, looks fine. Back to ARC and here. One other thing that I would like to check first to see if we have any step altitude points. Pfpx 380 at Earth, and then it wants to go down here probably because of weather. We're only going to do that if we encounter it, but at Yasen.
We're on your time now.
Emirates 2343, taxiing via Mike.
Good morning, ladies and
Emirates
gentlemen, and welcome aboard flight
2343,
639
confirmed ready
with
for
service
departure.
to Munich. Our flight time will be roughly 6 hours and
So
30
it's
minutes.
flight level
Now that the cabin door is closed, please make sure that all devices
380.
are in airplane
Emirates
mode and your large
2343, am I in the
devices
right
are
way?
now
Am I in the right
Please fasten
direction?
your seatbelt and make sure that all traces
Emirates 2343, negative. Y'all confirm ready for departure. Emirates 2343.
There we go.
Confirming ready for departure, Emirates 2343, thank you.
Alright, let's start up the EBU.
2343, KSF 30 degrees, 10 knots, runway 30 knots, for takeoff.
Runway 30 right, ready for takeoff. Sorry, not corner. Emirates 2343, thank you for your service.
Dubai Tower, hello, Air France 2025 with Charlie. Information request clearance for Paris.
Airfront 2025 heavy, Dubai Tower, good evening. Stand by for clearance.
Just turn the beacon on now.
Affirm Air France 2025.
Emirates 2343, ready for takeoff and taking off. Thank you for your service.
No problem.
Let's get this over here at flight plan and this one here at performance. Oh. There we go. Alright, let's do the checklist.
638 heavy, cross runway 30, 1 to cross runway 1 to right, and continue taxi via Mike to holding point Mike 13 Alpha,
Here it
runway
was.
30.
So, cock preparation has been completed. Let's just do a double check of that.
Crossing runway 3 right, taxi to
Turn off all the fuel pumps.
runway
Temperatures are
30
set
right,
fine.
Mike and
Yeah.
Mike 1 Alpha, Lufthansa
Gear pins and covers has been removed. Signs are on
Air
or
France
auto.
2025
They should
heavy, are
be.
ready for clearance.
ADs are in nav. Fuel
Affirm,
quantity.
025, I'm ready
We
for
have
copy, clear.
74.4. Takeoff data has been set. Barrel reference has been set on both 1018, 1018, 1018.
Initial climb 4,000 feet, squawk 04.
Below the line, windows and doors are closed. Yes. Beacon is on. Yes. Throttle levers are in idle. And parking
Good day.
brake is going to be set now. And we're going to close the door and lock it.
Air France 2025 heavy, did you copy?
There we go.
Air France 2025, so I'm cleared for destination runway 30 right, Dave.
Alright, so we have the APU up and running now. Let's turn the lead on. Let's go off external power.
2025 heavy,
And ask the ground
correct.
crew, please
Contact ready for
disconnect external power. Verify that it is indeed extinguished. Yes. And let's call the truck. So let's go in here, better push pack, pre-plan, and say connect first.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
And when he's connected, I'm going to ask for the pushback. I think this is the better way of doing it. Because then we can... I don't know if he's going to give us a direction we're going to point in. But then we can at least...
Air France 2025 heavy, confirm facing. Are you facing west or east?
Air France 2025, I have to go back. I had the wrong departure information before contact you. So I'm ready to taxi.
I'm just make sure that...
Roger, just confirm facing west. Are you facing west or east?
West, Air France 2025.
Roger, Air
See.
France 20...
Yeah, that's more like it.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Alright, sounds good.
Kilo 2, runway 30 left via
Turn
Kilo
that
Air
on.
France 202.
That has been disconnected. Let's take an outside look.
Lufthansa 638 heavy, you missed Mike 13 Alpha, taxi holding point Mike 15. It's the next, it's the next white tail, Mike 1 Alpha, 1 with 3.
It's not right, it's the left turn, but okay.
Sorry, right. Negative, Lufthansa 638, it's left.
Two 025 and Kilo 2 waiting to cross 30 left.
Air France 2025, Roger, taxi across runway 1 to right, and continue taxi via Mike to holding point Mike 13 Alpha, runway 30 right.
Cross the runway 1 to right and continue on Mike Air France 202.
Charlie 310, stand request push start up.
Charlie 310, Roger, taxi, push and structure approved, and 1016, facing east, on zone.
Push start up approved, facing east, Charlie 310.
Dubai Tower, Lufthansa 339 heavy, ready for push and engine start.
Lufthansa 639 heavy roger, push and soldier ball facing west on Juliet, unit 101.
Push and start approved, facing west on Juliet, Lufthansa 639 heavy. Alright, so let me
Lufthansa
see.
638 heavy, ready for departure.
Lufthansa 638 heavy roger, surface 2330
6 true north, so facing west is this way here. Like I sort of expected.
Heavy.
Air France 2025.
Proud of cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
Alpha runway 30. Via Mike.
Continue on Mike to Mike 13 Alpha, Air France 20.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Alright, let me just get this going here. Alright, so now we're ready. I just want to extend the alright, releasing parking brake. Didn't I release parking brake? Yeah, parking brake is released. Interesting.
Lufthansa 639 heavy, confirm your set is Dogmo for Foxtrot departure.
Lufthansa 639 is on Davmo for Golf for runway 12 right. Lufthansa 639.
Roger, Lufthansa 639, sorry.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Hello, Cyclone, and pass by me in AUH. I'm not sure exactly what you mean. I mean, fly over you? I probably will. I don't know why the pushback didn't want to start. Ah!
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the left. We'll see you next time. Have a safe flight.
Yeah, I can't use the hand signals for everything. Alright. Alright, parking brake is on. There he is.
Lufthansa 638 heavy airborne.
Lufthansa 638 heavy, now monitoring altitude, just waiting for flying away.
Unicom 122, decimal 8, thank you for your great service, bye-bye, sir.
2025 approaching Mike 13 Alpha.
Air France 2025 ready for the confirm ready for departure.
Affirme Air France 20.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
I
Ground
want
to
to go
cockpit,
there.
tow is driving up.
Let's try that again.
Roger, Air France 2025, surface 330 degrees, 10 knots, runway 30 keep it.
Takeoff runway 30 right, Air France 2025.
Let's try this again. At least I've played plenty of time to get going.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
We have flight directors on. All of these are set as they should be. I'll just do a little bit of sort of cross-checking everything. That may be Cyclone. I have absolutely no idea. But it's certainly better than the one I have in Pilot HC.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Alright, let's try this again. Oh, I know. Dang it. Obviously, you cannot drive anywhere in the toxic place. Alright.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Thank you. I will. When I've sort of come over how stupid I am. Alright. Starting engine 1. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the
Let's
screen for an
see.
important safety demonstration.
N3 starting engine 2. Let me see what we have here.
Fox 025, have you maintaining altitude this way, then for flying forward.
I do have
1 to simulate for France 3025, thank you for your service.
It's a nice day to flying here in the in Dubai. They seem to be running, so let's start engine 3. And let's get that above 12, thereabout. Starting engine number 4. Yeah, thank you, Cyclone. I don't hope you're expecting me to read that. I can tell you this much. I barely managed to write my son's name in Arabic. That's all I could. That's all I got to.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Operation complete. Alright. Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Ah. Cool. So, engine number 3 is available and engine number 4 is available. So let's start the chrono here because we need a 5-minute warm-up time. Let's go to norm, select it to norm, turn off the APU bleed. Let's set flaps 3, arm the speed brakes and set rejected takeoff. We're going to turn on the weather radar and predictive wind shear. Let's just wait until he's gone.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the right. We'll see you next time, and have a great flight.
Thank you, sir. All right, let's see. Well, I hope you also will agree with me that the truck driver's accent is certainly nowhere near very big English. It sounds more like sort of your average American accent. All right, let's see. What was it I wanted to go for? Oh yeah, AVS here. Let's get that on. So we're facing this way here. Now I am still expecting Juliet to Kappa, perhaps Zulu, and then all the way up to Kappa 1. But let's see what he's going to give me.
We're ready for departure.
Dubai Tower, Lufthansa 639 Heavy, ready to taxi to runway 12 right.
John Lufthansa 639 Heavy, taxi to runway direction. Taxi to holding point Kilo 4, runway 12 right, via Juliet and Kilo.
Dubai Tower, could you repeat the holding point Lufthansa 639 Heavy?
John Lufthansa 639 Heavy, Kilo 4, runway 12 right.
Lufthansa 639 is going to taxi to runway 12 right via Juliet, Kilo and holding point Kilo 4. Lufthansa 639 Heavy. Alright, so let's try to, that's going to, let's just clear it. So we're going to go for Juliet. I'm just going to add this point here as well. And, oh, he wants me to go. All right, we're going to go. We're going to go for sightseeing here, but okay. And he said Kilo 4. That's here. All right. That's what he gave me, so I'm just going to comply quietly, even though I think it's a weird taxi route. Perhaps he wants to show me all of Dubai airport. I don't know. Oh, let's see. Let's turn on the. No, we don't need a runway turn off lights. Let's just turn on this, and everything else seems to be fine. All right, let's get taxiing. And let's put on the taxi cam. And turn off the... No. Did I have... Alright. I thought I had parking brake on. Oh wait, let's just do something. Let me see, did I turn it on now? Yeah. Because we need to do a little bit of a checklist. Alright, let's see, AV tab. So, after start, anti-ice is probably not required. You're asking my airline right now? It's Lufthansa. Econ status... Well, let's do the takeoff config. Checked. Normal. Pitch trim should be 3.0, and if we go to the flight control page, we can see that it is set for 3.0. Yeah. Perfect. Rudder trim should be 0 as well. So we are ready to taxi to, but well, we have time to do the flight control check then. So that's something, at least. Alright. Yeah, I know it's a huge airport. That taxi cam down there, it's gold. But I would have hoping for Juliet 2, then Kilo, and then holding point.
Runway 12 right, via Zulu and Kilo.
Charlie 310, you gave us runway 30 right, not 12 right.
Roger, Charlie 310, affirmative, but it's holding
Yeah.
point only.
And you know what the crazy thing is? It's standard.
Roger, Charlie 310, takes holding point runway.
It's not even special.
Right, by Zulu and Zulu.
And they even have the Khalifa Tower with it as well. That's pretty cool. Something tells me that we're going downhill here. Alright, well, we're driving here.
639 heavy, you're on the one taxiway, that's okay. If able, can you take uniform 4 and a correction, Lufthansa 639 heavy, continue taxi via Juliet and Zulu to Kilo 4, runway 14.
Taxi via Juliet and then exit from Zulu to Kilo 4. Lufthansa 639 heavy.
Charlie 310, cross runway 30 left.
Alright, let's do the flight controls check here. So, full up,
holding point, my country Alpha, runway 30.
full down, neutral,
Cross runway
Yeah.
1,
full left,
right,
full right,
holding point runway
neutral,
30 right.
rudder full left, rudder full right, neutral. Alright, flight controls has been checked, so he wanted me to continue this way here and go over Zulu, over to Kilo, so I guess I have planned it exactly right. I love this app here, it's so fantastic. Well, the thing is, Cyclone, that the scenery in X-Plane 11 is not per se bad if you can live with, that is, for the very most part, generic buildings.
310, holding point runway 30 right.
Charlie 310, confirm ready for departure.
Charlie 310, ready for departure.
Roger, Charlie 310, surface 330 degrees, left 9 knots, runway 30, keep a second.
Runway 30 right, clear for takeoff, Charlie 310.
Ah, cool. I don't know if there's any trucks or anything driving in here. Because then I get that are too tall, that is, because then they're going to get their roofs cut off by the wing. Why the heck am I? Oh, that's because, yeah. correction. FedEx truck is not on the right. Half of FedEx truck is on the right.
Climbing 4,000 feet. Charlie 310, maintaining contact to decimal, thank you for flying Blue. Thank you for control, maintaining contact to decimal, bye bye, have a good day.
Well, at least it seems that I took the route that he wanted me to take, so that's something at least. Ja, det lå halvt. It just goes to tell just how big this plane here is. See if I can keep the speed on just idle thrust. Well, let's go through some of the before takeoff checklist. So flight controls has been checked. Flight instruments checked. Briefing is confirmed. We're going to take the DAVMO 4 Golf departure with the DAVMO transition. We're going to climb to 4,000 feet. We're going to squawk to 024. Flight setting is config 3. Yeah, now we're going to fill up this screen with random stuff. I can use the cam, fortunately. V1 is 160, V rotate is 160. And V2 is 166. Transition altitude is 3,000 feet. ATC is set. Econ memo is no blue, other than I need to arm the flaps once again, the speed brakes, and call the cabin. Cabin crew, please prepare for takeoff. And then we're going to take below the line when we are holding short. So we need to do the confirm. Well, we can do it now because almost, because we know we haven't set the TRRA yet. TCAS on, so let's just remove that. And packs are going to be off for a toga takeoff. And the only reason I'm doing a toga takeoff is because I can. Normally you would do a... is that a 747 over there? Normally you would do a... not a D-rated, but a flex temp. I actually recently found out the difference between D-rated and flex temp. So D-rated, sort of shortly put, is when you use the... outside temperature to reduce the thrust of the engines, but you can always get that thrust back, so it's a lowering of the thrust by the throttle. D-rated means that you are cutting off the thrust at that point, so no matter what you do with your throttle you cannot get that back. So even though I'm getting a little bit more fond of Boeing, I don't have to say what I prefer. So this is the first crossing. I'm going to take that. It's the next crossing that leads to Kappa 4. At least that's how I read my map. So we're going to turn over here. If we can get here, because I think it's a hill. Let's just check over here. I'm pretty sure, yeah, that is a 747. Can I see if it's a 400 or 200 or a Dash 8? Get that cam out here so I can use it. Alright, parking brake is set. I don't need this anymore. Let's see. We need to put the lights on in a little bit. Taxi lights, all of that. Set the strobe to on, but we're going to check. We are at, can I see that here? Flat 3. Speed brake is armed now. Now we can turn the weather radar to off. GPS on. Going to set that to anti-air. Yeah, let's leave that for now. And let's turn this up. This over here off. We don't need the, well, no, we do need the taxi cam. Yeah, let's just leave it. Anything else I need to do? All of that is blue. Yeah, let's ask for clearance. Dubai Tower. Lufthansa 639 Heavy, ready for takeoff, runway 12 right.
Lufthansa 639 Heavy, surface 330 degrees, and I'm not sure when to clear for takeoff.
Cleared for takeoff, Lufthansa 639 Heavy. Alright, let's line up. And while we do that, let's perform the last of the checklist. Takeoff runway 12 right. Cabin crew has been advised. TCAS. TARA. Engine start selector is in norm. I don't think we are having any icing or anything of that today. And packs, they are off for toga takeoff. Checklist complete. We're ready for takeoff. Let's just do a good line up here. Let me just turn the cam on. I think I can't cam off. I should be able to do a line up without the cam. Maybe. Who knows? Let's turn the strobes to on and turn all of the lights to landing mode. Well, takeoff mode, but who's counting? Yeah, that was, I think, a relatively decent lineup. Not going to do a rolling today. Let me see if I can see my landing wheel. Sorry, my nose steering wheel here, there. All right, let's pull it up to about 50% into. A little bit too much. All right. Nose wheel forward. Ready for takeoff. Takeoff. Oh, let me just get that one going. All right. Toga. Man Toga. SOS runway. All throttle is blue. And dang, that is loud. 100 knots. Hands on throttle, rotate. Let's get it, this bird in the air. Positive climb, gear up. Throttle is in climb mode. A little bit of sharpness here. Flaps 2. Flaps 1. Let's give them some packs, some air. Wait about 10 seconds.
Lufthansa 639 Nova Heavy, monitoring contact to the small job safe flight.
Monitor Unicom 122.8. Thank you for your service. Bye bye, Lufthansa 339 Heavy.
Lufthansa station be advised to Whitehall now crossing, monitoring contact to display. Thank you for flying away.
Alright, let me set my altitude here. It's going to go straight up for flight level 360. Ah, stop it. It's so annoying. 360. Alright, there we go. Did I get the... no. Well, we certainly have waited 10 seconds now, so... Pfpx 2 is on. 10 seconds, yeah. Should be able to go to flap 0. Disarm ground spoilers. Still hand flying. So nice. So nice to hand fly this plane here. Let's turn terrain on. see if we can see anything out of the windows. Nothing interesting here. I've just enabled the autopilot for a short while. Ah, there we have it. Bye-bye, Khalifa Tower. Ah. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Alright, let's just follow the... I don't think we have any restrictions. Well, should be above 7,000. I don't think we're going to do that. Let's go to Unicom. Let's see, what's the first area we're going to encounter? Who cares? I'm going to hand fly it again. Yeah, I know. Oh, we did actually manage. It's a powerful plane. Let me pop this out so we can do this a little bit more fun. Let's get a flyby. All right. I'm not going to let the passengers run around just yet. Always get that reversed. still seems to be a little bit choppy here. Alright, here we go. Let's do this like this. Oh, sorry. I wanted to look up a little bit. Look at that. Isn't that cool? Welcome to Lufthansa flying from the Emirates. To Munich, München. Alright, let's turn on the autopilot. I'm pretty sure we can allow the passengers to run around now.
Flight crew has turned off the fasten seatbelt sign. You can now get up and move about the cabin. However, we ask that you keep your seatbelt fastened when you do unexpected.
Let's get another flyby. Alright, let me see, when do we expect to do we have a top of climb? B60, yeah. On Serdu, it's the entrance that's around Mike 17. Let me put that in. Take a look at the fuel prediction here. Plenty of extra. Nope, still not going to allow it. that's not unreasonable loud. Alright, so while we are getting to our cruise level, this is going to be not a real long haul, but still a relatively long flight. So I certainly don't expect any of you to sit with me through all these 6.5 hours or whatever it's going to be. So I think it would be perfectly okay for me that, I mean, you just come and go as you please. I'll also going to take a couple of breaks here and there. Let me see, what does it say here? 5 hours and 50 minutes left. So get the map up and running so we can see, sort of get a little bit more idea. All right, let's just get back to the cockpit now. Let's do this. After takeoff, landing gear is up, flaps are retracted, packs are both on, barrel ref is set to standard. And the next one is going to be the approach checklist. Ah, that's little island down there. We have one guy here. So let's check who that is. Seems to be a little plane. And remember, if you want to, if you want to be, I mean, how do you say this? If you want to log off the stream and sort of not watch it, but still want to sort of try to keep an eye out and maybe have an idea of when something interesting is going to happen, then remember you can always go to webi.ivao.aero, and then you can get the information there. So, and then you just search for DLH Delta Lima Hotel 639. that's the call sign for this flight here. An actual flight that's not taken, it's not going on right now, but it is a real flight. In a little while we're going to fly over Kuwait City. Then we have an airspace here. Orb center, what's that? That is Baghdad control. Alright. Are we at the top of descent? Not top of descent. We are at the top of climb, yeah. 360. 360. Alright. So we're in the cruise. Let's check our pages. Engines running nice and smoothly, no problems here. Bleed air. We are getting low pressure air, which is what I would expect. Landing elevation, no issues here. The AP delta pre-pressure is fine. No vertical speed. Cabin altitude is suitable. Alternating current, electricity. We have all generators running fine. Running not terribly hot, so 16, 12, 8, 9, that's a decent amount. Some of it is going to be sent to the transformers. And we have that here. That's going to be DC electric, so we have transformer 1 sending to DC 1, DC battery. Transformer 1 is sending to the essential, DC essential. And yeah, you can read, but there's no issues, and batteries are fine. I had some issues with this number here, these numbers here, but what I'm reading is that it says that not that there's 0 ampere on the batteries, but there's no discharge or charge. That's what I rate this as. There's no current going in and out of the batteries. Hydrogen or hydraulics seems fine. All in the green band. A little bit low over here, so but it was the last time, so not going to be. I'm not worried. Circuit board, nothing. AVAO's not running, so well. Condition, air condition, and this is where the Airbus A340 and as far as I know the A350 should also do this. I cannot. Oh, let me turn the chronometer over here. I think we have warmed up the engines reasonable well. Let me see. I'm not sure what the flight factor has it modeled, but I'm pretty sure that you should put in the number of passengers and then it will distribute the air more evenly, sort of more economically. Now forward is 17, 16, that's pretty okay. I don't know, maybe we could just increases a little bit. It should go up about 22, something like that. Let's see, yep, condition is fine. Let's go to door page. All doors are closed and all slides are armed in case of an emergency. No issues with the tires as far as I can see. All doors are closed. Everything is green. Yes, it does. 132 and anonym 132, anonymous 132. It does. But here's the thing. I have capped my frames to 30, so it's not going to go above 30 because I don't need it. I mean, this is not an action simulation. I'm not flying fighter jets or anything like that. I'm flying, sort of, don't get me wrong, but relatively slow planes, so 30 FPS is fine. I have a GTX 1070 Ti, and I also have Xenviro on, so that is going to affect my frames, both of that. But yes, it does. There are some tricks that you can do. Oh, let me just quickly send this. What? Flight level 020. Ah, step climb thing here. Yeah. Sorry, I just had a little bit going here with the audio unicom on EVAO. There are some things that you can do depending on, I mean, or what you do when you fly the A340. I have personally found that turning the cabin objects off doesn't do much for me. But if you inhibit, if I inhibit the in-seat screens, it doesn't do much for my frames. It's not anything at all. But I found that if you inhibit cabin objects and screens at the same time, basically just removing anything inside the plane except the cockpit, that should need you some real good frames. Net you some real good frames, sorry. Alright, let's see, let's go look at the prediction here. Progress. So we're going to Munich. I don't know which airport runway we're going to get yet, and report 17.5 estimated. That's very, very nice. And Anonymous, are you running Xenviro or standard weather or active sky, anything like that? I mean, I guess you're running standard weather if you're not running anything else, but this wasn't really my point. There I am. All right. We're flying in over the lower parts of Iran. Ultra weather. I don't know what that is. I only know, well, I have Xenviro, so obviously I know that. And I know, what's it called? Active Sky. Depends on what you're flying and where you're flying from. Well, I know what you're flying now because you asked about the A340. But I'm actually not flying that fast. We're doing a Mach 0.83, so. Let's, I don't know if he's going to log off, but I'm just going to put in the you know what, I'm going to show you something a little bit cool. Just hang on for a second here. Yeah, maybe I've seen it already, I don't know. Let's see, start saving. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm just going to get my phone. Alright, so one of the little sort of cool things that I've gotten myself over the years is a little nifty program that is called a communication server, something like that. It basically means that I can use my phone as a way to connect with the radio. So let me just show you here. It's pretty cool actually. Sorry, I'm bumping around with the mic. I'm just getting it set up a little bit better. So let's see. Here's Baghdad Center radio is going to be 129.1. So notice the radio, what's going to happen here. So 129. Decimal 1. So you're not going to see it yet unless I switch, see, 129.1 and back to 122.8. It's a little bit easier because then I can switch my frequencies in front of me instead of having to look down all the time on using the mouse. It can be a little bit cumbersome. You should have it in general settings down here. But it depends on which version you have. You need to have at least, I think it was 1.0.1. So I'm not going to update it, but if you go into the Skunkcraft updater here, and you should have the Taurus A34600, then you can press check for available updates. I'm not going to do it because then it's going to pause my sim. But then you do that and then you update to the latest. Then you should get them here. I don't think there are in the original, the first version. Alright, I don't think we need terrain on anymore, so let's just go to the highest. Alright, let me see if I can figure out when we're actually going to enter Kuwait airspace. Or Baghdad, sorry, Baghdad airspace. Yeah, I don't know what that step is for. Maybe it's for some wind, I don't know. But we're going to remain at well, that depends on where you bought it. I bought mine on the Explain store. You can download it there. It should be the latest one. But the easiest is just to download. If you're flying right now, you cannot do it. But then again, you can't update it in any case. But I would say the easiest thing is just to download the Skunkcraft updater. It's a plugin that you put in just like any other, and it's perfectly free. Well, as you can see here, sorry, it actually seems that we're going to fly just outside Baghdad airspace. As you can see, this part here, that is Baghdad airspace, and we're going to fly just outside, at least according to this map here. Yeah, sure, 2 seconds. This should be the latest one. Well, I actually have one here, Lufthansa 638, who's also flying a A346. What is he doing? He's at, let's see, flight level 360, 418 knots, ground speed 5140. Interesting. And he took off the same place as me? Yeah, he got a completely different transponder code. And, shouldn't it be, he's also an advanced student, just like me. So he's doing 418, I'm doing 397, so I'm slower. Alright, let me just do something because we're in the cruise now, so go and set the TCAS to check below. Well, it might be that the guys that I'm looking at, they're doing a different wind. LTFM. Ah, Istanbul. All right. So Istanbul, let me see, you can see that is, I'll just load up the new route here. Max. The relatively closest waypoint to Istanbul for me is Max, so let's look at the plan here. There's probably going to be a good deal of time before I'm there. Yeah, 1440 Zulu, so that would be about 10 minutes to 4 in my case. Sorry, 20 minutes to 4. to 150 instead in the cruise. Let's just keep an eye on the fuel prediction here. See how much that reduces it. 1 minute. Maybe it's going to catch up, but I don't know. Alright, let's do another flyby because it's cool and because this is a very, very beautiful airplane. Also because the scenery here is actually not that too bad. So we're flying in over the southern parts of Iran now. Yeah, it certainly doesn't look like we're going to enter Iraqi airspace. There is one thing that's a little bit cooler than this. Looking out the front window. Let me see if the stream comments is set up correctly, so let me just write something on Twitch. Yeah, I did write test message. Perfect. Yes. And I got it here as well. Perfect. All right. All right, so guys, since the time is 1:30 here, yeah, that's almost, I mean, you almost got the answer, sorry to say, Skunkcraft, you just need to close Anonymous 132 and yeah, I'm rolling. No, sorry. You just need to load another plane, the SIBO, if you have that. I mean, just a simple Cessna, doesn't matter. But when you have updated, be very sure, because my pulled the trick on me. It said it had updated all the files, but it still called it versions 1.0.1. So I had to press the update again, and then it changed the number. Be sure that it gets the numbers right. But yeah, you need to load another plane before you can update it. But I mean, honestly, if your plan is to try to catch up with me, then you have about... let me just calculate. About 3 hours to update and get ready. So... I'm confident that you can make it. Alright, but guys, since it's about 8:30 here... 8. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Good night. Since it's about half... You know what, I'm just going to stop talking. Since it is about 1:30 here, PM, I will take a short break, get myself some lunch, and then I'll be right back with you. It's going to take, I don't know, 10-15 minutes, something like that. I'll still be here, I'll still be able to, let me just turn down the audio a little bit because I'm clipping. I'll still be here, I'll still be able to write in the chat, but obviously I won't be able to speak, and quite frankly, I'm pretty sure that you would also like to avoid me saying, yeah, that's great, yeah, that's fine. So, yeah. So, but I'll still be able to write in the chat and all of that, but just not talk because, yeah, you know why. So, see you in 10-15 minutes, something like that. Or actually, you'll hear me in 10-15 minutes.
Bring up the mule, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. We hope you're enjoying your flight. We're making good progress here, and we're doing our best to get you in on time.
All right, the captain's break is over now. Let's just look straight out. Yeah, Anonymous, that depends on where you're going. But since you're asking in that way, I guess you're flying an X-plane, so obviously you wouldn't. And the A350 is probably the flight factor. So I mean, the A321 is a nice plane to fly. Tolis has made excellent planes. So whether you choose the Munich, all right, or München. So whether you select the A321 or the A350, the A340, it is basically a question on would you like to fly a bigger plane or a smaller plane. Now, obviously there are some upgrades in the A340, sort of like how you sort of navigate around, how you touch buttons and all that, that in my opinion I think I forgot to check the fuel panel, but they are nice and evenly balanced, so let's just get back to the cruise page. So that pull thing, whatever you want to call it, the way that you can sort of, you hold the mouse button and then you do like this instead of just clicking up here. I am a huge fan of that. So, hello. I'm sorry, man, but I cannot read Cyrillic, so I have absolutely no idea what I'm going to tell you. Sorry, what I'm going to call you. And, vum.ngo. Yeah. I mean, if it's a link, then please stop giving them. I'll just delete your comment. Because I have absolutely no idea what the heck it is, I'm going to leave it, but I mean. Now, alright, so that was the Tolises. Then we have the Cibo 738. I guess it's the Cibo you're running, or the what you call the Level Up, LU, one of those two. Which one of these you choose? If you choose that, but I can say for me, the reason that I don't fly the Cibo very much, and generally don't fly Boeings very much, even though I have spent a heck of a lot of money on the 777 package that is terribly old, but it was the planes that I wanted. The reason why I don't fly Boeing so much is that Boeings, at least the ones that we have in the X-plane right now, don't have fly-by-wire. And my setup is that I have my throttle on my left hand and my stick in my right hand. Now, I'm right-handed, so my mouse is also at my right hand, so you can probably see where this is going. If you leave the stick in the fly-by-wire Airbus, the plane just says, alright, I guess he wants me to go in that direction, so I'm going to continue in that direction. The Boeings are sort of like a blind dog where you unleash it and it just goes all right, I'll go there. I'll go that way. It's just I don't know where to go, so I'm just going to fly this way. I'm going to close my eyes and then just fly. I don't know where I'm going. It's sort of like that. So that's why I prefer the Tolises. The Boeings are fine. I love the way you set up the computer. the way that you can just put in directs straight into, you don't have to switch between the airways and directs. It's so much better there than it is in the the Airbus FMC or MACD. And there's no doubt that the Boeing 738, the Zebo, or the Level Up, they're fantastic. I mean, they're just like the fly-by-wire for Microsoft. They have for Microsoft Flight Sim. They have made the Airbus A320 in Microsoft Flight Sim actually worth flying. Besides the looks, and I really don't like that heavy division, I think they're called, that are trying to update the Dreamliner, the 787 dash, was it 8 or 9? I can't remember. That they cannot get to update it all the way because the files are locked and the server won't unlock them. It's not the same with the I guess that's probably the one you're referring to, I don't know. The 748 or 747-8I Intercontinental in Microsoft Flight Sim. I think it's, what are they called? Are they called can't remember what they're called, those that are updating that as well. It is, they have also made that flyable, I mean really useful for flying even on a network like IVAO or that sim. So but other than that, I have to say, if I had to choose between planes, what I don't like about the Zebo, I mean not the Zebo but the 738, besides the fact that it's steered with a yoke and not a stick, is that I just, when I look at that top panel, the overhead panel on the 738, it just confuses the heck out of me. And the fact that you have to flip switches all the time in order to turn engines off and turn engines on, and you have to wait for, I mean, it's so confusing. It's an old plane, I get it, but then give me the 777s, then and the Dreamliner, then we're going. But I'm not good friends with the 737. I have to admit that. And then the A350, well, that's probably the I guess it's the flight factor you're referring to here. It's a nice plane. It has some stupid bugs in it, but it's you can use it. It's not as detailed. You also have the 777s. Okay, yeah, they are having the same issue as they're actually having more issues, but it's also older. For example, I found that you cannot get the altimeter to go beyond I think it's 1030. So I had to land here. I had to land at I think it actually was Munich that I landed on with it the last time I flew for myself, and I couldn't make it go. The altimeter, the QNH at Munich at that time was 1033, and it just capped at 1030. So I mean, what the heck? What do you do? Since the A350 is newer, and as far as I understand it, it is specifically made for X-Plane 11. I'm not sure there's an A350 for X-Plane 10, but the 777s are made for X-Plane 10. They are almost 8 years old or something like that, and then just slightly updated. I would almost go as far as say they just remove the obstacles making it possible for it to fly on X-Plane 11. That's it. I mean, all of the old stuff that's still there is still there, and you cannot go. I mean, for me, the biggest problems I found that I have with the 777s on X-Plane 11 is one, that you cannot get the altimeter above 1030. That is, I mean, that's mandatory when you have that option. And two, you cannot get wind. You cannot enter wind manually. I haven't found a way, at least. That's the issues I have with it. It's a nice plane. Other than that, the A350 is newer, so it doesn't have those issues. There are some. I don't think there are any sort of problematic flight model wise, whatever you want to call it, issues with the A350. If you look at the report page, you'll probably notice that the winds are reversed, or you're constantly flying in a gale wind storm or something like that. And you'll probably also notice that the first waypoint is written out and you have it in the flight level, but then the two next waypoints, they are not named, and they are it says flight level, but it is in reality in feet. So, I mean, so there are some stupid minor bugs in it that I just think, honestly, that Flight Factor should get the fingers out there behind and get it updated, because they are stupid. They're small, stupid bugs. And the data is present in the plane, because if you look at the old style MacDue down on the center console, you'll see that the data is there, and there it's written out and presented in the correct way, almost. But yeah. So I mean, to be fair, the A340, this plane here, man, I love it. It is such a nice plane, but you also just have to admit it is beginning to become a classic. You could call what it called a veteran plane. Maybe not with not like a World War II fighter, but it's becoming a veteran, because by any standard that we have for aviation right now, sadly enough, it's old. And the fact that it has 4 engines makes it unworthy to fly, because it simply spends too much fuel. So the modern choice, the choice would be the 777s or the A350. And if I had to choose, even though it's flight factor both of them, if I had to choose between the 777s, the flight factor 777s, not the plane itself, or the A350, I'd go with the A350. It's just better by any standards. Now, Flight Factor has said that they're working on a Dreamliner 787. Hopefully. Really hopefully. Alright, so here's this guy here is not... So I removed him. Blocked him and removed him. Because he wasn't active with anything else. The A330. First of all, I don't know the Jettison A330. I don't know the A330. I don't know how detailed the systems are. I don't know how it flies. I don't know if it has proper what's it called? Fly-by-wire. I haven't got the plane, so I don't know anything about it. If you just want to fly a nice plane, and I'm not trying to say nice instead of a derogatory means, not trying to put it down, but a nice plane, because it's nice, then I would go for the Flight Factor A350, probably. If you want to have that extra attention to detail, custom faults, or something like that. A little bit more attention to detail in sort of the system setup. A340. All right, my choice. I choose the A340 now. I had to admit I actually had a hard time choosing. I was when I had that recording that failed. Yeah, I don't think you heard that. So let me just. We have the time, right? And you have the time as well if you're waiting for me to arrive. My initial idea with this flight here was that I wanted to record it like I posted another video on YouTube where I sort of put in. So I talk when I think there's something interesting to do, and the reason for that was that I was alone home with my kids. I was the guy. I was the one that had to prepare the food, and yeah. So basically that's the reason. So recording and flying offline gives me a little bit more. Pretty sure I was flying offline. I'm not sure actually now that I come to think of it. But in any case, no matter what, it gives me a little bit more freedom to sort of do what I have to do without having to constantly be present, which you do on a stream, except for the breaks that you can take here and there. So I wanted to do the same with this flight here, record it and give it post it on YouTube. And I mean, I was trying to fly the 777-200 ER, I think it was. I don't know if it's a bug in the plane, but I landed with exactly 0.1 ton of fuel. When the engine cut out fortunately I did get to sort of taxi off the runway. But the engine cut out at sort of that sort of link, or that linkage between the runway and the real taxiway. It told me that I landed with, and keep a grab on something now, 28 kilograms of fuel left. And you might say, well, you're just stupid, it's bad planning. Well, let me tell you this. I use Pfpx for my planning. Now, Pfpx is not magic, but I would say it's a pretty good, decent program for planning. I use airliner performance performance profiles, and I've found his performance profile to be, for the most time, right on the nose. I mean, really, just spot on, almost. I'm using one of the profiles right now, and we can compare it. So. So according to this plan here, we should be at B21B around the airport with about 20 tons of fuel left, and here it says about 15 tons. Now, I mean, I planned this yesterday, so the winds has probably changed a lot, so that could sort of explain this discrepancy here. So I used the same not the same profile, but I used the same program, Pfpx. I used the airliner performance 777 with the right engines and all that. And according to the plan, I should have about 10-15 tons of fuel left. Like I said, I landed with 28 kilograms of fuel left. Yeah, it certainly does, but it shouldn't affect it that much. I mean, a difference between 15 tons and 28 kilograms, that's something. So, needless to say, I scrapped the recording, and yesterday my son has just gotten Pokemon Brilliant Diamond on his Switch, and I have to say that game has also grabbed me quite a bit, so I'm having fun with that as well. So I spent most of the time yesterday just hanging out with my wife and playing Pokemon with my son. So that went, and then, I mean, about evening, I just realized, well, the recording was scrapped, and I still have that flight left. What should I choose? What should I do? And then I decided to stream it instead. And that evening, I was lying in the bed, really thinking, what plane should I fly? Because I mean, I've flown Airbuses that much, so Boeings would be a nice sort of fresh air. But I also flown the Boeings pretty much, and I haven't really used the Airbus with the Lufthansa livery, which is the only livery I have that is actually real. I mean, I have the SAS Scandinavian livery, but Scandinavian Airlines never had an A346, they had an A343. And I'm not sure United had an A346 as well. So I had the same issue like you probably have right now. It's just, what the heck am I going to fly? And I landed on the A346. So if you want to fly a heavy airliner, I want to say the A346. And here he is. But in defense, the A350 is so much faster. It really is. Oh yes. One thing that might also have made that fuel discrepancy, I just realized. I started out, my plan is with a cost index of 100, and I changed it to 150 now. So that has also skewed the predictions a bit. Yeah, I have to say, I'm just going to call you 132. I'm not sure whether Turkish Airlines ever had an A346, but I do know that Lufthansa had one. They are parked right now, again because they are too expensive to use and they burn too much fuel. Well, I guess that's the same. Let me show you something that I find to be really cool while we're just sitting here and flying and talking and all that. So let me see if I can do this the right way. So I need to have who are we talking about now, Turkish or Lufthansa? I do know that Lufthansa they still have an A346, but it's parked. But Turkish had an A346. Yeah, they're probably all gone to the A340, the A350. Because the A350-900, if you discount the stupid setup that Flight Factor has chosen, can carry almost the same amount of passengers as the A346, the A343. And the A340, the A350-1K, I think it's called, A350-1000. I think it's called the what the heck do you call it? A5K? A50K? It actually has the same amount of passengers, more or less, depending on the setup, as the A346, but spends way less fuel. So let me show you this. Yeah, now you can see it. Alright, so one of the things that I tend to do with oh, my mouse. Let me just, sorry. I need to get set up here first. Let me see, fuel. Engine, I think it's engines, yeah. You can also see it here. this plane, I mean, this is the thing that is with 4-engine planes. The engine itself here uses less fuel than the engines on the A350. I think the engines on the A350 use about 6,000 or 7,000 kilograms per hour, 6 or 7 tons per hour, whereas the single engine on the A346 use about 5 to 6 tons of fuel per hour. But the A350 has 2 engines, so that would be around 12,000, somewhere around that, tons of fuel, maybe less. Here it is about 20 tons of fuel per hour because we have 4 engines. So there is a vast difference in fuel usage. On a sim, who the fuck cares? I mean, but in real life, oh man, they care. So let me show you this. This is pretty cool. So, as you probably can imagine, when you make a profile for a calculator, sort of a planning tool, it is under some certain conditions that they have been made optimal conditions. In order to sort of alleviate that a little bit, you can do something that is really fun to do. Well, at least I think it's fun. And it also gives you sort of something to do while you're in the cruise, and it helps you out the next time you're going to fly. So let me show you Pfpx. And the only reason I remove Pfpx is that when I show a window on my window here, I lose the mouse on my games monitor, so I couldn't press the engine page to show you that. But now we can do it. So let's open Pfpx. Here it is. So I hope you can see it. If you can't, then let me know. If it's too small, I'll make it bigger. I'll just make it a little bit bigger. And up. Alright, so let me see if I can get to show you this. Alright, so let's do it in another way. Yeah, I know. Let's see, display capture 2. Now you can see this probably pretty annoying to look at. But now you can see, now you should be able to see Pfpx here and the chat in itself. That's the best way I can do it. So here we have the data for the plane we are flying right now. It's called IVAO. A346, 642. You can see here the profile is the airline performance net, so it's pretty cool. It has D-rate 1, D-rate 2, 0 to 500, cost index, blah 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 blah, all that. Service ceiling, you get it. No top cat performance profile because, yeah, don't get me started on that. You can see I already have some fuel bias numbers here. So in order to get that, well, you can get it in different ways. You can just look it up. But one of the ways is to do it like this. So we're going to add a new file here. So you can see growth rate right now is 273,700 kilograms. So we're going to put that in, and because it might change, I'm going to go for 600. We are at flight level 360. We're flying with cost index 150. Recorded air temperature is 478, or true air temperature, and ground speed is 404. Here it comes. So let me see if it's relatively stable, because we need it to be that. So let me just see. 5250 plus 5250 plus 5240 plus 5240. 2980. So as you can see, we're burning about 40. Right now, we're burning about 43 kilograms of fuel per nautical mile. It says our actual Mach is 0.832, and it's actually 0.834. The calculated Mach is 0.834, so it's pretty accurate. So let me see. It says I'm missing something. Let's try to put this in. What it is that is missing. Let's try again. Add. Let me see. Now it's 273,300. Let me get back to you in a second. 150 TAS 479 406 5 330 50 330 times 2 plus 52 53 20 times 2 is 21,300. I don't know why it won't let me add it. Seven three 100. Let's just put in. It has flight levels in 360. 150. Four 479, 406, and 21,300, whatever it was. Minus 25. I don't know why it cannot calculate a fuel bias here. Let me try to close it down and start it up again. Cost index in SimBrief, do you mean on your... Do you mean in when you plan your flight, or do you mean when you're when you have your operational flight plan ready? Because on your in when you plan, all right. let me just take the one I have for SAS. So you can set a default cost index down here. I could set it to 100, for example, or 150. That's one way to do it, and you can set a fuel bias and whatever you want to put in, and then you can save it and just save it. Let's just make a make a plan here for something. We're going to fly this because, I mean, so you can see your cruise profile, that's your cost index. Now, one of the things that I'm not sure about is that, let me show you when I planned it in Pfpx. Oh, well, it should be there. I mean, if your profile, plane profile has a cost index, if you look at your plane profile and it has that default cost index toggle, then it should be there. But I can show you the difference here. Let's just do the same. Let's just add a yeah, it's in auto, but you should be able to pull a menu out and then select something. Let me just show you. So I could also go up here and say auto. There. Now it's in auto. But you can pull it down and then you can select some number. You wanna be really really freaky and then just fly cost index 500. I don't give a frick about fuel. Just get me there. That's basically what it's doing right now. But one of the things that puzzles me a little bit is, let me show you. So you have a climb profile and a descent profile. Oh, you only have auto for cruise profile? But what is it? Don't you have a selection here? Because at least you'd be able to select on a cruise profile, you should be able to select long range cruise or MAC or something like that. I mean, I do, and I just use the standard. Maybe. I'm not sure. But if you go to the Tollis webpage, no, not webpage. The oh, what's it called? The Discord channel for you don't have advanced aircraft options at all. Oh, the A350. Do I have that? No profile for that? Yeah, I have it there. I do the same. But then again, if you have something like this put in, then you'll only see that. But then again, you can also go for auto if you want to do that. I mean, I don't know, because it's very depending on which profile you have. I don't think I selected a specific profile for the A350. Let's try this. I mean, this is for Scandinavian, but I guess you could just choose to rename it. Alright, so this is just another, but let me show you something that I find a little bit weird. So we have the climb profile, the cruise profile, and the descent profile here. Let's say that we want to fly the same flight with in Pfpx. So let's just compare this. So it was from Pfpx to Munich. Let's put that in. That's just, what was the name? 595, and it was to EDDM. And I'm going to use my A340, save it. So you can see here, if I plan it, let's just put in some random, let's put in 200 passengers, because then I can put in the same here. 200. Try to compare the numbers. No freight, zero fuel weight is in auto, taxi 1010, no extra fuel. Going to put in the same route here as well. So let me just see how far we are from the. Let me just get rid of this. 2 seconds. $13, $14.38. So, oh, that's about an hour yet. So, I think we have enough time. And let me just make sure that we're still outside. Oh well, he's not here anymore, but we're still outside his airspace. Alright. Could you use the sim brief profile? Alright, well let me just get the display capture back here. So 200 passengers, we also selected that in sim brief. 200 passengers, 3226 right, let's put that in as well. 3226 right, yes. So look at this. So what you see in SimBrief is something roughly like this compared. So 250, 320, 82, 250, 320, 82, yes, and descent profile 82, 300, 250. No. 82, 300, 250, yes. But what SimBrief seems to be missing is an Econ Mode. And this is basically where the climb and the descent are managed by the cost index. Here it will just select these numbers for your up to 250, then 320, and then Mach 82. It's basically what it's going to do. $35 what? Oh, you mean cost index? It's not so much about the distance, really. A cost index is actually a very complicated number that airlines used to dictate
back for our list of complimentary institutions.
the cost of fuel versus the cost of being in the air. The optimal cost index is where these two are somewhat equal. So you can think about it like this. If you have a very... I think I got a message. Oh, it's just a... So you can think about it like this. If you have a very low cost index, like say cost index 10, you're going to use very little fuel. Now, let me put it like this. If you fly very slow, you're burning very little fuel, but you also have the engines running more for longer time. If you fly fast, you are going to burn much more fuel, but you also have the engines running less time. Albeit they're going to run more for that less time. A cost index is a way to figure out where you want to balance that. If you balance a very low cost index, you're going to say, well, I'm going to spare the engines as much as I can and burn as little fuel as I can. If you set a cost index of 500, you're just going to say, just burn away in the fuel. I just want to get there fast. And that's basically what it says. But a cost index is not really a way to sort of control the speed. You can control the speed, but it's not what it's meant to do. That is my, as being a non-airliner pilot or dispatcher or anything like that, my very rudimentary explanation of what a cost index really is. So, a cost index is really something where you would say, let me see if I think I found, can you still see my screen, by the way? Yeah, you can. Let me just remove that. Alright, so for example here I have cost index for Lufthansa. So, and that is for virtual Lufthansa, so lh-virtual.group.com, virtual airline. So they recommend for the A320 family, 19 up to 21 and bumped the mic, all the way up to and the Neos as well. They say cost index 30. No matter where you're flying, cost index 30. If you take the A350, they say cost index 15. If you take the A340, and I'm a little bit above that, but we could set it down to that. Cost index 70 to 90. One of the Scandinavian airlines I'm on, they say, I think it's Scandinavian. They say roughly for short haul flights somewhere between 10 and 50, and for long haul flights somewhere between I think it's 50 and 150 or 100 and 150. So it depends on the airline. It's really something that the airline chooses for you. They're just going to say run with this. So if you're flying Lufthansa and you're flying the A350, cost index 15. That's what they say, at least here. All right, let's. But if you're flying the A346, and it's, I'd say 90, according to this. I'm flying 150, so I don't care. But we could do that. Let's put it in. So we can also show you how to do it. You could do it in the init page here, but I'm just going to do it for the... see, here's 150, but it should change sort of incrementally. So let's put it down to 90. Then we're probably going to speed down a little bit. You can already hear it, right? But it still says manage 0.83. And really, it's not that much that we gained, right? 150 we came up to 0.835, 836 perhaps, and now we're at 0.83. So now I'm flying with the recommended for the airline that I'm actually flying for right now. So let me see. In this case here I'm going to put in cost index 90 as well on my sim brief. Let's compare the fuel numbers here because that's really what we're interested in. And here I'm going to put in cost index 19 as well. I am going to use Econ Mode because that is what I think is best. 200 passengers, fuel, nothing extra. I'm just going to use IVAO. Cost, don't care. Find me a route. And let me put that into sim brief as well, so we have the exact same route. Which is even valid for AREC 2113. That is perfect, right? Alright, let's see. Zero fuel weight is in auto, altitude auto. Yeah, I'd say we are pretty much ready for sim brief to generate a flight. Do that, yes. And for Pfpx we need to find alternates. I don't know why it suddenly don't want to do that automatically. Find some routes as well. That should find adequate and compute. Alright, so let's see. We're flying Econ Mode from Pfpx. Let me just show the screen again. That's okay. So, here's the plan for Pfpx, as you can see. Same route. It wants to give us the initial flight level 380 up to 400 at some 1 point. 8 hours and 33 minutes of flight time, and it's expecting us to have total fuel on board is 77 tons, 194, and that is with that 7% fuel bias. Alright, let's see what the sim brief came up with. Same route. So let's see. Planned gate fuel 8 hours and 35 minutes, so they agree on that at least. Well, almost. But SimBrief says that we're going to need, Pfpx says that we're going to need 68 tons, 506. Pfpx says that we need 71 tons, 750. So, I mean, they're certainly off. Alright, enough of this. Here you can see that this is what I've gotten from when you should connect to IVAO. I'm not sure I understand that question. I would say when you are in the plane standing at the gate at some point. It really depends on whether you have a controller available or not. If you have a controller available, then you would need to log on to get your clearance. If you don't have a controller, then connect to a VAO. Now I know what you mean. In that way. So let's what waypoint did we agree that I was going to be close to? It was Otmax. There. About 1447 standard time, so that's UTC. I don't know what GitVo is, so I would probably say no. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, all right. I was just, what is Gitmo? Gitvo? You're talking about the waypoint, yeah. Oddmax. I don't know if we can see it here. So if I'm not mistaken, Istanbul is roughly in this area here. So somewhere around Otmax, Gokpa, or Krim CRM. Somewhere around that area. Alright, let me see if I can get that data running once again. And 269-100. If you're writing something right now, I can't see it because I have my screen full up. So flight level 360, 90. True airspeed 476. Ground speed 424. And fuel is a lot. So let me just use the other page. It's a little bit fuel. It's a little bit less precise down there, 150 kilograms per minute. So it says 9,000, right? But I'm pretty sure if you add these numbers together, yeah, that can't be right. Oh, dang it, that's fuel used. It's up here. Oh my god, maybe that's why it couldn't calculate it. Alright, let's use that. 2280 times 4. 9,120. That's more like it. Let me show you. Alright, here you should be able to see it. So now it's because I used total fuel used. Obviously that would be an incredible high number and just getting higher and higher. So per engine we're using 2280 now, but I was just used 2270. So that gives us 9,120 fuel per hour. That is about 19 tons of fuel, 19 kilograms of fuel per nautical mile. And our estimated MAG is 0.829. That's fine. Let's add that. I'm going to take the average for everything and apply it. So let me show you the difference here. Let me just take the recent number that we got here. So we're using about 19 kilograms of fuel per nautical mile. Let me take... Pretty sure I have some numbers on this. So almost 20 kilograms per hour, per nautical mile. Let's compare it with this one here. See, 11 kilograms per nautical mile, and flying way faster. The actual MAG and the calculated MAG was slower, but still. So that was why it wouldn't work before. Let's check Grun. Grun is 1525 Zulu. So somewhere around that. Oh, it's Gorna. Yeah, but Gorna is I would still say, from what I can see here, the closest one to Istanbul airport would be Negam on Negam. Max is a little before. So where are we right now? We're just flying outside of Iran and entering Turkey. So we're about to cross somewhere around here. Our passengers, they are very satisfied, so that's just nice. Alright, let's take a window peek to look out on, must be northern parts of Iran. see you yet. Do you have a flight plan file? I'm not sure whether you will you'll appear before you have that. Should. Yeah, it might take a little time for it to load. But you can see right now you don't have a controller. What is your call sign? You're flying the A320neo. There you are. Oh, you have ground, so you can get a clearance. I couldn't see you because the A359 you're flying, yeah. I couldn't see you because from the point of view that I looked on the map, the A320 was just on top of you. But when I zoomed in all the way, I could see you as well. Alright, let me see if we can figure out what airway I am on when we're going to step climb. UL 746. certainly have a lot of wind here. 245 and 170 knots. Alright, while we wait, I'm going to go grab myself a cup of coffee. Alright, back again. I just needed to check, because I'm the one that have to go, at some point I have to go down and pick up my daughter from daycare, and I just needed to see roughly at what time would be reasonable, sort of planning wise. But since we are, the top of descent was what, 16 something? Yeah, 16:57, it's about 10 minutes to 6. 7, that would be 3 minutes to 6 my time. So, and I have to pick her up latest at 4, so that's certainly not an issue. But it does mean that I have to set the stream on pause. I mean, not stream, but put up the little flag that I've left the flight deck, and put up some nice music or something like that. Well, some music at least. Cannot guarantee that it's nice. Cannot guarantee that you think it's nice. That's good. Hopefully the controller there was not as confused as mine. I mean, it's okay, but I sort of had to guide him a little of the way. I mean, it's hard, right? Because I mean, hopefully he did fill out his tower controller, so he at least have spent enough hour to and passed that written exam to get to there. I mean, he filled out that ATIS with the right runways, and it stated itself. You're going to fly, we're going to take off, departure was on your right. And then he clears me to 30 right, and the Foxtrot. Pfpx Pfpx stick, right? Yeah, I have the Thrustmaster T16000 and the, I don't know what it's called, the throttle. It's what was a complete package that I bought with throttle and everything. But I do think I need to, it's going to be a complete clutter on my desk, but I do need to get the at least the throttle, the Thrustmaster Airbus throttle. The only issue with that is that I either need to get another stick, I need to convert my Thrustmaster stick here to a left-hand stick. Right now it's right-handed. And that might create some issues for me when I'm flying Star Citizen, especially fighting, because I'm very, very bad with my left hand for that. The Thrustmaster yoke, I can, that the Boeing thing they just made, I get you. I certainly get you on that. It's pretty cool. I'm contemplating, and that is also a little bit of an issue, sort of price-wise, because there is a big difference price-wise, but I'm still thinking, do I want to spend around $200, $300, what it is, dollars or euro? Yeah, it is. I told you that. Let me. I think it's about 1,000 or about 800 Danish kroner. So that is roughly 800 divided by 6. It's about 130. About 140 dollars, or whichever unit. I mean, it's probably euro. Then it's. I think it's about. Let me look it up. It's much easier. That is Flight Sim website. Alright, let's see. All right, so my big, so what I've been contemplating, besides the time I need to sort of save up for it, is do I want to get the Thrustmaster Airbus throttle for about 110? I was not very much off, but about 110 euro, which I basically can only use for, I need to be ready to step here. It's flight level 38. Let's put that in. Let me just pop this up so I can see when we need to step. So do I want to spend about 110 thereabout euro on the Thrustmaster throttle? Yeah, I could do that, but then I would have even more stuff standing on my desk. but I get you, because then I could actually have a left-hand stick that wouldn't interfere with my T16000 that I use for X-Plane. So I do get what you mean there. But I'm still thinking about, do I want to buy the Thrustmaster? I'm specifically thinking about the throttle quadrant, because I can reverse engineer very easily actually my T16000 to a left-hand side stick. I can do that. But the throttle I have, it's right-handed only. It's very uncomfortable to use with your left hand, the way it's shaped, the way the buttons are laid out and all that. So that's one thing. So I'm specifically thinking about the throttle here. So do I want to spend that on a throttle that I can basically only use really sort of for 1-2 engine setup? I've seen people coupling them together for a 4-engine setup, but it's just too, I mean, it looks so wide. Sure, I'll wait. Let me know when you're cleared. right, that's good to hear. All right, so here's the conundrum. Do I want to spend 109.99 euro on the Thrustmaster throttle, and then I can get the Captain's Edition or whatever it should be, but just thinking about the throttle here and just that. Do I want to spend 109.99 euro on a throttle that has detents? That's a cool thing. It has 2 engine options. You can control 2 engines at a time. That's it. You can link 2 throttles together so they're sort of side by side connected. But I've seen people do that, and there's a huge gap between them, meaning that I have a fairly big hand, but you really need to sort of spread your fingers out in order to push all of them at one point. It is definitely nothing like what we see here. They're fairly close and they're fairly sort of narrow. Option number 2. Do I instead want to spend and save up quite a bit more on a Honeycomb Bravo throttle quadrant that is 289.99 euro, so about 290. So it's about 180 euro more than the Thrustmaster. Not getting a stick or anything like that, it's only the throttle, but has the ability to fly to be throttling, if you will. General Aviation has the ability, and I think you get this with the Bravo, to fly to have 4 engines set up for Boeing, and you can buy for additional 89, I think it is 89 euro, the 4 engines set up for the Airbus. But again, no detent. There's no detents in the in it here. Or just realize that the probability that I will fly and actually needing to have a 4-engine setup is very limited. I mean, it's basically only for the A340 here, and if I occasionally should fly the 747, that's more or less it. Every other plane that I have in X-Plane and Microsoft Flight Sim for that matter is a 2-engine setup. I think I'm still leaning towards the Thrustmaster, even though the I don't know. I really don't know, man. Because as far as I've understood it, there simply just is a huge difference in quality between the Thrustmaster throttle. Whether it be what I have right now, the TWCS, that was the name for it, Thrustmaster something, or it's the Airbus Edition throttle compared with the Honeycomb. It's just it's a different price tag, definitely, but it's also a different quality level, and you have more. I mean, if I had with the Thrustmaster setup, you would basically have to get a throttle quadrant for the Boeing, a throttle quadrant for the Airbus. And you could say, well, I fly mostly Airbus, so yeah, that's it. I'm fairly confident that my wife would certainly agree with you, mainly because she looks at the price alone. Yeah, there's the first officer, not flight off, the first officer pack, which is the stick and the throttle. That's it. Then you have the captain's edition, which is the stick and the throttle, and the two extra parts. That would be the one to control the flaps and one to control the speed brakes. And it is something you also need to consider here. The Thrustmaster, if you don't buy the captain's, let's look at that if they have it here. I don't know. Yeah. So this is something that also have to consider here. If you look besides, I know you get a stick as well. With the Captain's Edition, you get the throttle, you get the lever for flaps, you get levers for speed brakes, you get the gear lever, you get some switch for speed brakes, get this. And then you get the parking brake and another switch I cannot see what is. That is 259. So now you're sort of getting near the price of the Honeycomb Bravo, right? And in the Honeycomb you do get that is built in both a lever for flaps and a lever for speed brakes. You also have actually a little sort of a knob that you can pull up and down if you want to extend flaps that way. Sort of like basically like a what's it called? The for general aviation, sort of a Cessna. That little you click up and down. No, you're thinking about the Honeycomb Alpha, or whatever it's called. That's their, not joysticks, yokes. Yeah, the Honeycomb Alpha. That's also $289.99. That's just a yoke. That's accurate. So, yeah. I wonder what the difference between the Alpha Flight Control's XPC is and the Alpha Flight Control is. Maybe just a new edition? I don't know. But that's true. They make a yoke, the Alpha Flight Control. So that's true. You have to buy the throttle with Honeycomb, the throttle, and the yoke separately. They are planning on a stick at some point, but they don't have it right now available. That's true. The big question here is, for me, is the increased price for the Honeycomb. Let me just see, because they actually did. Let's make a really fair comparison here. Throttles. So the TCA Quadrant Airbus Edition is $109.99. $109.99. The TCA Quadrant add-on Airbus is $104.99. So that becomes 214.98. So can another way to ask it is the increased flexibility with the honeycomb yoke and the increased, I assume, the increased quality of the honeycomb, is that worth it? You also get, I just saw that you also get a trimming wheel. I'm not sure how much I'm going to use. You know, you're going to just fly, I mean, you're just going to run away from me, because the A350 is way faster than the A340. Alright, so let me, I'm just going to make another measurement here, because I can. So 260, 700, we're at 380 now, flying 90, if I'm not mistaken, cost index 90. Yep, 90. True airspeed is 476. Ground speed 422. Fuel is 2140 times 4. 8560. Six, 423. Buy that. You'll go a little slow so the so the old man can catch up. I forgot to say that I was actually step climbing. Let's see. Alright, just... I don't know, could you see the message I just put out? Alright, let me see. It's 1400. Yes, that's right. heading. Are you talking about heading mode? So, have you made sure that your plan is completely accurately put into the box? Well, I could say this much. If you want to turn off heading mode in the A340, the A350, the flight factor, you need to press on top of the knob here, the heading knob. I cannot remember, there are two different symbols. I don't know if I cannot remember which one of them is the finger pointing and which one of them is the hand, but it's one of those two that it shifts between. Then you should get something like this. But usually it should go to heading mode on itself when you have put everything into the system as it should be. Let me see. All right, so open your flight plan page on your FMS, so that you have the equivalent of this here, as you see it, just in the A346 setting, sorry, A350 setting. I cannot remember if it's FMS1 and then it's flight plan or something like that, the sub menu. And then when you're in there, select the nearest waypoint that you have that won't make you fly backwards. Well, I mean, if you want me to catch up, then probably fly a little bit backwards. It would be a good idea. And then do it direct to that waypoint. Usually it can happen if you take off with a discontinuity. So basically the plane cannot figure out which route it's supposed to follow. And there you sometimes have to help it out a little bit by selecting it direct to the nearest waypoint that you have. So if you look at your I think it's the PFT. I cannot figure out which one of them is the PFT and the MD, but one of them, the map here, you should see the nearest waypoint that you have, then just do it direct to that. Then this should go out automatically. Usually these two knobs in your planning phase, or these two displays up here, they will look like this when you have a plan that will take you direct from takeoff to your, basically your destination without any discontinuities. Otherwise, I can tell you 132, you're going to have a fun time hand flying it all the way, just at least setting the heading, flying the plan. I would say, as a general rule of thumb, if those two Mach or speed and heading, if they haven't turned lines and dots, then there usually is a problem with your plan, at least the initial part of your plan. But there's a big but. Some airports don't have a specific departure, standard instrument departure. So you're basically just taking off and flying a direct. Now I can see that you didn't do that, so you probably are flying some kind of SID. So why it won't go from... Maybe it's because there was a discontinuity between your SID and your flight plan, and then it went into heading mode because it doesn't know where I'm supposed to go. That's where you need to help it out a little bit by doing a direct to some waypoint. But let me know if you figured it out. I'm pretty sure that the button you have to press, or the menu that you have to press, is called something along the lines of from Pfpx direct to, something like that. Basically, you're asking it to go from current position. What I was wondering here, which really feels so weird. Okay, that's good. Is that the box here is telling me that we are going to arrive 17:19 Universal Time at Munich. That would be 18:19 my time. Unless Munich is -1, but it can't be because both so confusing. Both Wayby, IVAO, and FlyLive agree that I should be at Munich Airport around 6:45. So, 4:45, thereabout. My box tell me that I'm supposed to be there 17:19 Universal Time. time in Munich is the same as my time. Alright, I think I'm going to ask on a Discord for this, because this is a little bit weird. Let me see. Yeah, 16 for, alright, so that's 1744 Zulu. But still. Wait, that's 16. Oh, yeah. So it's not that far off. All right. $16.44. Yeah, that's Zulus. That's 1744. And this here says about 1819. All right, so it's not totally far-fetched. Perfect. Now I understand it again. If I can find a good screenshot here. Jibris fault? No. Which one of them says, well, try to look at your overhead and see which one of them under GWiz that actually says fault. Yeah, but does the overhead panel look something like this? Swiss Monk, depends on what mod you would like for me to make. I'm not a sort of specifically a modder, so probably not. Yeah, I get what you're saying, 132, but the GWiz is comprised of several systems. There's a terrain feature and a system feature. When you start up the plane and you don't have everything connected and set up and all of that, then it would... I cannot remember if it's this or terrain that says fault. But that should correct itself when you... when you have all of the system. Let me just ask you a stupid question. Have you aligned your IRSs or ADS? These guys here, are they in nav mode? Did you try to do it direct to a waypoint? I mean, the thing is, as far as I know, the Flight Factor A359 doesn't have custom faults. So on the toll list here, I might get a GWiz failure because I have faults enabled. But the only thing I can suggest you right now is that you look at your overhead panel. It should be roughly in the same area as it is here on my overhead panel here. And then look for the area where it says GWiz. And then figure out if one of them says fault. I mean, one of these buttons here. Or off. That might also be one of the things. But your eCam still says GWiz is off, or GWiz fault.
In a few moments, we'll be starting our in-flight service. We will be serving complimentary drinks and snacks. Please look in the feedback for our list of complimentary and premium drinks. Premium drinks are available for a small charge. Please note that we only accept credit cards.
And the overhead panel doesn't say any gibberish failures. Wait. Have you enabled all the systems inside? Oh, what the frick is it called? The page where you enable Squawk and all that. Did you enable the 4 little buttons? The on, the primary and secondary systems? You should have done that, because otherwise it would complain about a heck of a lot of stuff other than the gibberish. Yeah, I just thought of that as well. Alright, sunglass time. Sunshade time. Try to go to your try to go to your X-plane menu somewhere and see if you have any X-plane faults enabled, because they might playing with you here. That's the only thing I can think of. I mean, you can certainly fly without your gibberish functioning, but something tells me that that's more than just that when you can't enable the autopilot also. That is something completely different. I mean, you say that the autopilot is not on, but it's on, and you cannot select, what was it? And you cannot select, you cannot get away from heading mode. I mean, the only problem is here that I didn't fly the A349 today, because then I could have shown you what I'm talking about. You can enable the autopilot. Yeah, sure. But is it following your route? Is it tracking? Because in heading mode, it's just flying straight along a heading. Which it pretty much seems to be doing right now. Have you in your PDF, this window here, does it say some kind of waypoint up here that it's tracking? All right. So what I can suggest you do now, if it is in heading mode and you're controlling it via heading mode, then I would do a direct to a waypoint that is sort of somewhat out, a little bit away from you right now, and then set your heading towards that waypoint, and when you are relatively close, then try to get out of heading mode by pushing the button, because if you pull it, it will go into heading mode. I can just show you here. Now mine is in heading mode, as you can see, it's just flying straight. If I get too far away from my course, it won't really go back to the heading before I'm relatively close again. I'll be right back. 2 seconds. I'm back. In about 15 minutes or so, I need to go down and pick up my daughter, so there will be a little bit of sort of a 15-20 minutes intermission with music and just a plane flying. I'm sorry about you having problems 132, but I've never experienced that before. Almost every time when I've flown both the A359 and the A346 and the A321s, the jibways failure or fault, or the little yellow line in the little yellow jibways line in the ECAM has always sort of been erased, gone when the plane was sort of booted up properly. One explanation that I don't think is accurate, but could possibly be an explanation for the jibways failure. If it's not on the route that you've planned, so it cannot figure out. So the jibways is basically a combination, as far as I've been told, a database of terrain. And I think there's also a jibways measurement device sitting on the tail. And it may be, and this is just me guessing, completely guessing here, that the jibways failure is because it is not on your route. So it cannot predict the terrain along the route. Maybe. I am absolutely not sure about that. Because this is, like I said, it's a scenario I've never experienced with the A359. Usually I think when you're off track, it should say, give you a little warning down in the FMS saying something about heading mismatch or not able to find the route or anything like that. So which waypoint are you flying towards right now? Alright, I just looked at something. Try to go into your serve page if you still have so serve and controls. I have a screenshot here. And then make sure that down in the bottom where it says TAWS, make sure that terrain mode, GPWIS, GS mode and flap mode are all on. It's when you look at the page with your plan, where you see then the top menu, where you have FMS1, and then down there's something called Serve, SURV, Sierra Uniform Romeo Victor. In there, anything and everything should be either on or on auto. And if you're missing some other settings in there, they are on, alright. And if you go into status switches, they are also on. Here's an image of it. The page I'm talking about. A suggestion for you, wanted to go to the Discord link here. If you can see it, you should be able to see it. Yeah, sys degraded. Yep. Go into status switches. Wait, let me see if I can find something for you. 2 seconds. I'm trying to see if I can find something for you. Alright, I'm not going to enable the sound, but you should be able to see it here. Let me just go to this here. So here you can see, let me just get the chat out so you can see what you're writing. Here. Oh, dang it became big. So as you can see on the video here, I'm enabling all of these systems. That is where you have been right before. Yeah. Then you need to go. I'm just going to put in the squawk there as well. Then you need to go in there and make sure that all of these systems are enabled as well. Like that. But you can also see it down here. That's the other place that you can enable them. These buttons here. Those right there. Sys 1, Sys 2, or Sys 1, Sys 2. As I do right now. Sys 1, Sys 2, and then when you go back to that page before, then they all lit up like that. And you know what? Try to guess how many times I've forgotten to do that. But now you don't have the gibberish failure, right? Four? What do you mean about 4? If you cannot get the heading to work, then look at your PDF. Yeah. are you flying away or towards your waypoint? Because you need to in your plan, you need to select a waypoint that is in front of you. If you're flying away from it, it probably won't fly to it. But usually as soon as you choose a direct to a waypoint that it can capture, that heading things should go out by itself. That's good. You're welcome. It's really, I mean, you're very welcome, but I mean, it's really nothing, and it's one of these, exactly that thing there, it's one of these little nuances about the A350 that I think will elude most people if they aren't used to it. The fact that you have to go into the control page, or switches, I can't remember which, it's status switches, and then turn all four on. But when you say that, when you said that, the keyword was when you said it is degraded, then I knew what it was. Let's see how we're doing with respect to that's a little while before I will step to flight level 400. If there's any reason to do it, I mean, we're always over halfway there. That's it. I will turn down the volume of the sim a little bit. Put on some nice music. 'Cause which you should be hearing right now. Some nice cozy guitar music. Let me just try to listen to it. No, that won't work because then you'll hear double. Yeah, but hopefully the sound of the engines aren't too loud compared with the music, something like that, perhaps. Hello. I don't know what to call you. I can't read your name, I'm sorry. But hello to you as well, sir. Alright, listen up. While you hear this nice music, and I will put it on loop. Nice guitar music, you have this beautiful view, and I just want to make sure that accidentally flying into any... No, it doesn't look like we have any controllers at the moment. Hey, from Jordan, alright. Well, I still can't read your name. So, unless you want me to call you Jordan, then you probably need to write it in letters I can read somehow. Yeah, alright, Mr. Jordan and 132, I'm going to take a short break, which I can assure you won't be a break for me, because I have to go pick up my daughter from daycare, and how much time that is going to take is very much dependent on the mood that she's in. So it might take anywhere from 5 minutes to 25 minutes. But I'll get back to you as quickly as I can. That is why I put this this cozy music and all that on, so you're not bored while I do that. And hopefully I'm not going to fly into any airspaces in the meantime. Alright, I'll see you in a little bit, guys. Or girls. Or whatever. Alright. Now I've picked up my daughter. Guess we can remove the blinds. The sun has almost set. Let's take a look down here. And my wife, she's when she comes home, she's off to her choir. She's singing in a choir. So I have been tasked with the assignment of preparing some coffee for her, a cup that she can drink off, and her her wireless headset. But I just have to position that next to her. It's not something, not a great deal, but that's my job for today. And as you can hear, my daughter is in the background now, yelling at the cats. I have trained her well. Wait a second. Better? And if you have never heard it before, you there had a little taste of the Danish language. Alright. You're back as well. Jordan, or whatever your name is. You see, the issue is I can't even sort of, let me see if I can. I actually can. Oh, let me see if I got it all. Probably did. No, I didn't. Alright. Time to reveal the truth. Am I right to say that your name is Kusain? Roughly thereabout? Or is it Tabaki? So let me just read it again. At least that was Google Translate is trying to tell me. We are landing in Munich, or as I come to call it, or as I call it, because it's the right way to say it. We are landing in München. And I will admit that there's probably a whole lot of Germans right now that'll say that's not how you pronounce it. Or perhaps, oh, it is Kusai. All right. The thing is that one side of Google Translate translated as cosine, and the other translated as cosine. So I mean, which one was supposed to? Which one was I supposed to believe? Well, to be fair, when it's German, they would probably more say something like "So spricht man es nicht aus." Nicht aus. But I will keep calling it München. So, Kusai, your name has been revealed. You are no longer the Nameless. Or Jordan, for that matter. But that's pretty... Let me just check my map for one... The first one, yes. Let me just check the map. Did we actually fly in over... Let me see. No. My route took me actually pretty much straight around, just all the way around Jordan. Probably because of Syria. I'm pretty sure Syrian airspace is offline for off limits for commercial jets at the moment. So that's why we're taking the long way around. Yeah, I know, but you're flying an A359. That little bullet. I mean, I'm flying that old. I'm the old geezer with the walker. Just hang on, I am coming. And the A359, that's the young sprinter. That's just the. The cruising speed of the A359, if I'm not mistaken, is somewhere around Mach 0.84 to 0.85 thereabout. The cruising speed, the normal cruising speed for the oh yeah, okay. The cruising speed for the A359 is, I think it's about between Mach 0.84 to 0.85. We can also look at the top speeds. The top speed of my plane here, if I'm not mistaken, is Mach 0.85 or 0.86, somewhere thereabout. The top speed of the A359 is Mach 0.89. So there's a vast difference in speed between the two. And interestingly enough, the range of the A359 is also longer. So I am just sorry, old and slow. That's it, how it is. 2 seconds, guys. This is my... I just had to make sure that I actually in the microphone again. Let me see. Where the heck are you? Yeah, you're there. What are you doing? Let me see. Oh, what? I mean, think I'm flying. You are flying with a ground speed of 504 knots. The altitude is flight level 360. I am the old geezer flying with a ground speed of 557 at flight level 380. But ha! I'm more fuel efficient than you right now. Or not. I'm pretty sure that even at that altitude and with that speed, you're burning less fuel than me in any case. But I have to say, quality-wise, we're not talking about the planes here. Yeah. Respect for the elderly. I will say this. Quality-wise, I'm not talking about the planes here. The quality, I mean, yeah, think about this. I think there's about 30 to 40 years difference between the. Well, let me look it up. Let me just move the chat in here so I can see what you're saying. In the gates. Yeah, for hopefully at the gate, not in the gate. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure that the Munich tower that you have right now will be pretty pissed. Alright, let's see. So. A346 had its first flight on April the 23rd of April 2001, and it entered service the 1st of August 2002, but it was launched in 1997. Guidelines roughly as Jettison, Tower will have absolutely no dealing with you until you're basically around your final. But a good thing is to check in not with Tower but with the digital ages and see which runway they are having active at the moment. Let me just see if I can see that. Yeah, 26 right, 26 lefts. So basically you set up your descent on your own, you start your descent on your own, and then you call the tower when you are. You can call them a little bit before you're at your final, but when you're sort of lining up with the runway, depending on which kind of approach you select, when you're lining up with the runway, then I'd probably call tower and say you're inbound for ILS runway 26 left or 26 right, whichever you decide to land on. Alright, let's see here. Prototype of the A350 had its first flight on the 14th of June 2013. So let's see. On the 15th of January 2015, the initial A350-900 entered service with Qatar Airways, followed by the A350-1000 on the 24th of February 2018. So basically there's just about 10 years difference between the two planes. for plane tech, that's pretty much, I mean, an entirety. One of the cool things about flying this direction here is that the sunset is going to take a long time to reach. Because we're basically trying to catch up with the Earth. Even though I know it is still annoying that, I mean, I still look at and just have to think of what I'm going to call you. Because are you asking about what kind of aircrafts I like, sort of in general, or you're sort of referring to a specific aircraft? Which aircraft do I like? Which aircraft do I like the most? Of all trips. This up so I don't get surprised by my top of descent. Let me see, where is that? Oh, it's about 400 miles away yet, so shouldn't even be able to see it here. Let's look at that sunset while I talk. All right. So, Mike for now. I guess that will be even more confusing. Alright, so let me try to break it up. So, the aircraft that I'm most like, sort of in general, because of how it looks and all of that, it's the A350. I mean, that plane just looks so cool, and I know that some people think it looks a little bit silly with the ever joy of being a parent. You'll always get interrupted in a sentence, mid-sentence. Whomever you're talking with. Alright, so yeah, that's the A359 or the A350 series, and I know that some people think the A350 looks a little bit silly because of that Beagle Brother front it has. Let me just I've suddenly just vanished. probably see it here. This black here, some people tend to think that it looks a little bit silly because of that Beagle Brother appearance, but I mean, the Beagle Brother mask. But let me just show you this. I mean, how can you not look at this and think this is one of the coolest airliners you've ever seen? I mean, these slanted wings and the profile in general. Wait a second. I mean, yeah, sure, the 777. Can you see it? Yeah, you can. The 777-300. It looks pretty cool as well with those engines, big engine parts, and obviously with the A321, it's also pretty cool. 132, you should, if you have put in everything into the box, that is your descent route, the runway and everything in it's all is set up. You should begin your descent when you are in your top of descent, and it will show you that as a little blue arrow pointing down. I can't show you yet because I'm not close enough to my my descent. If you have surpassed your top of descent, it will your top of descent will be empty, so that it won't say anything, but you will you can then just do an open descent instead. So yeah, the A321 also looks pretty okay, right? And finally, that's not a good image. It looks weird. Yeah, here. It's a little bit better. I mean, it certainly also is a good-looking plane. But, like, my favorite is still the A350. Alright, I will shortly go and put the coffee in the can for my wife and all that. I'll be right back. you asked, Kusai, when I went through your videos on YouTube, I saw that you like Formula 1. Am I correct? Well, it's actually more endurance racing. So EGT cars or GT or whatever you want to call it, Le Mans, that kind of stuff. But I have also been driving a little bit of Formula 1 in R-Factor 2. And I'm still contemplating on doing some videos with R-Factor 2. The only problem is that if you really want to be cool and serious about it, you need to do sort of a 4 hour of driving. I mean, that's something like that. I mean, Formula 1, not a couple of hours, something like that. But for endurance, most races are somewhere between 2 to 4 hours. But in order to make it interesting, I mean, half an hour is probably enough. But one of the things that I might do, because they are also a little bit fun to drive, is the old 60s Formula cars, Formula 3 cars, and Formula 2 and Formula 1. They're pretty nasty. I mean, the safety in that car is basically just a leather helmet, a leather hat, and whatever protection you get from the small chassis around you. You're basically a chassis with fuel with 4 wheels on either side. That's it. And then that leather hat you have on top. So yeah. But the old Italian track, I really can't remember its name now. That is pretty cool. One of the things that I also like to drive, but I'm really terrible at it, is what's it called? IndyCar. Yeah, IndyCar. Because those cars are freaking fast. I mean, they are fast, and just faster than that. They're insane. I heard one of the IndyCar drivers say that the way that they release the clutch, because they do have kind of a manual clutch, at least for the start, on an IndyCar, is that they hold down a button on the steering wheel, and then when the green light hits, they just press the throttle, the pedal to the middle, and then just release that button. That's it. That's the clutch. Just a button that you release, and then it goes. But those cars, they can easily reach about 380 to 400 kilometers per hour on a long stretch. For example, in Indianapolis, it's the track, the Indianapolis track. But that is also a relatively long race because, for example, the Indy 500, that's 500 rounds. That's actually a lot. Even with 200 to 400 kilometers per hour, 500 rounds, that will take a long time to drive. The other issue is that if you only drive 30 minutes, for example, which is, I would say, would be sort of around my sweet spot, then if I go to drive something like Cirque de la Sarthe, the classic Le Mans track, the Le Mans track, it takes about, what is it? It's about 4 minutes or something like that to drive. I can't remember. I think it's about 4 or 5 minutes or thereabout to go a lap, depending on your speed and how. I mean, I'm about that time. And if you want to put in something like tire changes and refueling and all that, half an hour, that's not much. I mean, that is what, about 8 rounds, thereabout. So yeah, but in general, I would say, Kusai, that I like endurance racing more than I do Formula 1. Simply because I just think that the cars look cooler. I mean, I do honestly think that oh, what's it called? Now I just completely forgot. Well, for one thing, even though they have sort of, they are no longer part of endurance racing, those prototype Audis, they look cool. They were so cool. And the fact that Audi actually made a diesel racer, so freaking cool. I live in... Oh, you can't hear? No, maybe you cannot. It's funny. I think that most Americans, probably also Brits, they would say instantly, oh, he sounds so Scandinavian. I'm from Denmark, so that's where I live. I'm pretty sure my wife is home right now, so I'm going to take a look. I'll be right back. I'm sorry, all of this running back and forth, but I mean, that's just the circumstances I am in right now. Sorry, man. When do I do? Yeah. I don't really know. I mean, yeah. I had a schedule, but then I have sort of had a little bit of issues with actually streaming because it wasn't going so well, at least on Twitch. So I sort of put the schedule on sort of a hold. But I would say usually when I stream, it is roughly the same time as today. Maybe not stretching as long. This is a long flight. Usually I stream for a shorter amount of time. But usually around 9-10, I'll start there about my time. So that would be between 8 and 9, maybe between 8 and 10 Zulu time or UTC, whatever you want to call it, normal time, Greenwich time. And then usually I stop before I have to pick up my daughter from daycare. So we are sort of backtracking. We've been basically all around the world in the last couple of streams. If you go to my YouTube channel, as you are right now, brilliant, Michael. And you look at some of the videos that I've put in, you'll see that for the most part we started. Oh heck, that Munich tower is going to be busy. You do then. Actually, I'll say this because the reason why you probably haven't seen me do YouTube live videos before today is because it's been a very long time since I've double streamed. So I'm streaming to Twitch and YouTube at the same time right now by restream. So that will explain some of it. But usually when I stream, it's between, let me see, around 9 o'clock a.m. Zulu to around 2 to 3 o'clock Zulu. So for my time, that would be between 9 and 10, and then to about 3 to 4 my time. That is well, for another 1:32 Munich time, for example, same time. I'll do double stream now because I'm not affiliated or anything with Twitch, so I'm actually allowed to do that. All right, but let me put in some stuff here before we get to the end of the line. So let me get another reading. 26 right or 26 left? What did my plan say? Pretty sure I selected 26 or right or something like that. Yeah, 26 right. So I'll just select that as well. 26 right, and we will use the Beta 1 Bravo descent. Should we select the via? Let me remove all of this. Certainly don't need that.
Starting our in-flight meal service. If you'd like to order additional menu items, you may hit the button at any time and you will be happy.
Let's see. arrival. It's more or less the same. It's X mics. Let me just write it. And the only reason it's like this is because Mike's basement was taken, so I had to put in those X's. So, betas, and then we're heading in OT. What are our options here? DM, LAN, MIC. I think last time I used MIC. Let's try to look at the approach, but it did look a little bit weird in any case. 26 right. Actually, it's called Mike, but Mick, Mike. Because I'm pretty sure it will take us sort of a weird way. Let me try to look here. So beta 1B, yes. Let's see approaches. ILS 26 right. If we use the betas, it's going to take us around like that. Yeah, if we use MIC, it's going to do something really weird. Let me just see all of them. I don't think there are any of the wires that makes any sense. I'm just going to go without any. No wire, no transition, insert. That should remove our top of descent. Move the top of descent a little bit. It did, right? It moved it down here too. After a Quebec or whatever it's called. Yeah, that's a good approach. And I'm pretty sure it should be an RNAV, even though it's not supposed to. So let me go to arrival page here. Since we're still on inbound from... Can I see where did our top of descent land? Ecpep. Passing. If I can find it here in my little plan. Yeah. A346 instead of my call sign. So it's not going to say Lufthansa, I mean, not going to say Lufthansa, but DLH 639er. That would be what I would say on VATSIM in sort of, if I could, if we had the option to say it. Alright, let's turn the flood lighting down a bit. And turn off because now it's really getting dark, so let's... Yeah, that's reasonable for now. Oh yeah, now I know what I wanted. Did tower go away? No, still here. But maybe I'm too far away for it to pop up, but it's 118085 according to the map here. So let me put that in. Well, now we have Munich approach 199.999. Is that even a frequency? 705. Oh, I got it completely wrong. Let me see if I can put that frequency in. Change it 123905. That's a little bit more useful. 23. Let me just see if it will. It's the problem here that it can't really hit that. I might get a little bit more quiet. See, it's all the way up here. 132, did you see that that little error I talked about? It will also say TD reach or decelerate, one of these two, on the PFD, MFD, oh, I cannot remember what they're called, ND, navigation display. So how long before the top of descent? $217. See, 15.3. So the fuel calculation, the fuel prediction here, is actually pretty decent, given the fact that I made the plan yesterday. I will admit I made it relatively late, about 2 o'clock in the night, at 2 o'clock a.m. my time. That'll be about 1 o'clock Zulu time, still a.m. But still, it's about 10 hours old or something like that. Almost 8 hours, thereabout. And I can say, as a physicist, I know enough about meteorology that 8 hours, that can happen a lot in 8 hours. Now I am absolutely in no doubt who you are. Kusai from YouTube. That's the name. Thank you for following. Did I still let Yeah, you're still listening to music. How nice. Let me turn it off. There we go. Turn the game engine, the game audio up a little bit. But I hope you like the music. Because you've been listening to it a lot. Well, then I'm not sure that I'm going to need the top of the descent thing here. I don't know, maybe I will. I mean, the auto unicom, that's what I'm referring to. But I still have to say, if there's something that EVAO, and I know they have it cooking right now, they're working on it, but if there's something that EVAO could do that would probably make me do the switch completely from EVAO to the switch completely from VATSIM to EVAO would be two things. Alright, let me just do a step climb. There we go. Alright, so if there's one thing, like I said, that would really make me take the switch completely from VATSIM to EVAO, that would be two things. One thing is EVAO gives us verbal or talked unicom, verbal unicom. That'll be one thing. Yeah. That would be one thing. Because having to mingle this window over here or typing a lot of text into a window is a heck of a lot more frustrating when you're trying to land a plane or take off than just say, Dubai traffic, Lufthansa 639 a heavy, pushback and engine start, stand, Delta 12 or whatever, something like that. And like I said now here, traffic, Lufthansa 639 a heavy, climbing from flight level 380 to flight level 400. That would be much easier than having to write all of that into text. If I have to, I found a win somewhere where they talked about EVAO voice version 2, and I think they have voice ATIS said to come somewhere around March, if I'm not mistaken. And I have to be honest, I would actually prefer that they put in voice unicom on top of that they prioritize that instead of voice ATIS. I mean, voice ATIS is cool, like it, but voice ATIS is something that you only have when there's a control online. That's it. Voice Unicom, on the other hand, that is something that you can use very, very often. And I'm wondering if it really, I mean, they say that we have text Unicom, but I'm wondering if you can talk on it, it just gets muted out or something like that. I don't know. Well, let's see, our passengers, they're very satisfied, yay! Then I'm going to make a crash landing and then they're going to be unhappy. So we're coming from the east. Let me see if I can. Do they say it here in the? Transition level is flight level 60, TA 5000. Still. Now it's Charlie. See, what about Tower? Tower also have one. But at least they agree. I'm going to go with the... So winds are 327 knots, visibility 7,000, so that's pretty okay. Broken at 8,000 feet. It's just about freezing, and QNH is 1030. So let's put that into the box. So let's go to performance. And I'm going to update this as we go, so, but let's see, 1030, 1013, 1030. Temperature is 0, or -0, I don't know, can we put that in, -0? It's basically the same, but no, 0. 327, 327, transition level 060. There we go. Minimums. AVTAL. Let's say minimum for this kind of landing here. Wow, that's... Wow. 1649. And let's go in and take a look here. So missed approach, climb straight, and then 5,000. So engine out, acceleration 5,000. Alright, so I'm going to update it as we go. So that's the thing about flying this direction here. The sun is setting so slow, but it looks very clear from here. Then again, we are some ways away. But there's nothing on the weather radar. That's at least something. So where the heck is my top of? Oh, it's in here. right at Camp. So I am fairly certain that I'll begin my top of descent before we enter approach area, Munich approach area. And I'm fairly certain that 132 is either about to land or has just landed or somewhere in there because he suddenly got very quiet. So I don't know if I got to answer you 132, but like I said, I'll try to stream, do some double streaming a little bit more. So yeah, that means also inevitably more streaming on YouTube. Yep, that was one click too much. A little bit darker. All right, so let's figure out already now what we're going to set. Yeah, the entrance altitude here is 5,000. So I'm fairly certain that it would be a good idea for me to also set my descent altitude to 5,000. One other very good tip that I can give you, 132, and also Kasai, if you're flying online, especially on that sim, but just as much on YouTube, just as much on IVAO, have a block of paper and a pencil or a Kugelschreiber, a pen ready, and if anything that you have just the slightest doubt about that you can remember in your head, write down. I write all of my clearances down, the taxiways that I get, all of that is getting written down. Yes, it means that the controller have to wait a couple of seconds more for me to get back to him and read back what he said, but it's much safer for me to have it written down so I know it. And some of the things that you can sort of try to guess in advance, because you know where you're flying to, and usually there won't be huge changes to your flight plan. So for example, like I said, if you were there 132 at the start, I'm pretty sure you were, when I found out that the runway, the takeoff runway for Dubai airport was changed from 30 right to 12 right, I immediately looked up on my plan and could see that I would need to give the DAVMO 4 Golf departure instead. So I can write down DAVMO 4 Golf if I want with the DAVMO transition, then as filed. Then I do probably know the runway, and that is something that he didn't have to tell me, because it was in the ATIS. But never mind that. He told me that I should expect runway 10 right. That's okay. Actually said 30 right, but I had to help him out. Climb to flight level, climb to 4,000 feet, and then squawk something. I mean, the flight level, the squawking. You can probably look at that up in the charts and see where you're going. I know for example for Kastrup Airport, you're usually going to get flight level 070. But here I got 4,000 feet, and then you get a squawk code. And then when you have written it down, you can just say, well, you have it all written down in a certain order that is nice for you to have, so you can just say, well, in this case here, Lufthansa 639er is cleared for Munich Airport, flying the DAVMO departure with the DAVMO transition, then as filed, climb initially to 4,000 feet, and squawk to 024. Yep. And then the same with the taxiways, which fortunately was relatively easy here. Taxi via Juliet and Kilo, holding short Kilo 4. Some taxiways are unfortunately not that easy. Alright, so we're about 60 miles out for our top of descent. I'm just going to set it to 5,000. Didn't have my... Alright, let me see. Beta 1 Bravo. Beta 1 Bravo. 4 26, right? ILS, alright. Right. So here it says Munich traffic, A346 inbound from the east, passing Ekbab on the Beto. I don't know, let's just say the next one in line, which would be Sosaf. I don't know, something like that. Is that in here? Yeah, so tough. Let's just say that. Then I can say it there. But before that, hopefully I can just quickly go for a quick laugh break. I hope that 41. Yeah, I can. I'll be quickly back. All right. Still Charlie. But let me get my own briefing here. So, 10:30. Let me just quickly put that in. And nothing has changed here, so it's the same. Perfect. One, two, three, 905. All right, let's see if we switch over now. Yeah, it does say 905, and that's the issue with my little smart program here, is that it can only do the old but we could obviously do something else. Let me see. So we have, oh, we only have Munich. Now we still have Munich Tower and we have Munich Approach. That's 1180-705. So I should be able to enable receive here and just switch over completely. Yes. So I'm basically just waiting for it to say decelerate. I think it says decelerate here. I'm trying to keep an eye on it because last time I flew, it had a tendency to go over speeding. But I can alleviate that a little bit probably by going into the descent phase here and probably say 280. Yeah. Alright, that should help me a little bit. I'm about to begin my descent. So when we're passing so tough, I'm going to give another update.
At our destination, flight attendants will begin handing out forms.
Get terrain on.
Please review and complete these forms and keep them with you for presentation upon arrival. Alright, I just turned on the lights inside, just over my
desk because it's dark here in the sim, and when I have a bright light shining right in my face, it's a little bit hard to see what's actually going on. So we are back once again in nice little Europe. And gone all the way over the pond, crossed the pond to United States, flying around a little bit in the US, all the way across. Actually, we took off from San Francisco all the way to, was it Hawaii? I cannot even remember. And then all the way from Hawaii to some of the Asian islands. We just quickly had a visit in Japan, and then we flew all the way back from Japan to, that's one of the videos that I put out, the shortened videos. One of the shortened videos that I put out for YouTube, where we flew all the way from, was it Narita? I think it was Narita, cannot remember, all the way to, I think it was Mumbai, but I'm not exactly sure. Alright, I'm going to extend the speed brakes here a little bit to help it. To help it catch up. So 060 is our flight level change. There we are. Now we are caught up. Alright, so I'm going to switch over to this frequency here now.
Descent switch to Unicum 122, decimal 8, goodbye. EC7 on a 73, switch to Unicum, bye-bye.
I can only hear him.
EC7973, switching Unicum, bye-bye.
Turkish 1453, turn up heading 080.
Are we under arrival yet? I'm not sure. I don't think so.
And Turkish 1453 reports current altitude.
No.
Turkish 1453, no problem. Then maintain 6,000 feet.
And 132, did you get the approach as well? Or did you only get tower? Let me see where I am on the map. I think I'm close enough that I can... Yeah. Garmisch-Partenkirchen. I'm pretty sure there is a Formula 1 race being run from there. Alright, let's call him now. München approach, good evening. Lufthansa 639 a heavy, descending to 5,000 feet via the Beta 1 Bravo. Arrival expecting ILS runway 26 right.
Lufthansa 639, hello, identified. Proceed direct Delta Mike 458.
Proceed direct Delta Mike 458. Lufthansa 639 a heavy.
Lufthansa 639 heavy, descend flight level 160.
Descending flight level 160, Lufthansa 639 heavy. I don't have that. He wanted me to go on. But let's go to 160. Delta Mike. Oh, that's because, let me see. Let me see. Arrivals. On-air transition.
Service 1453, turn left heading 350.
Left heading 350.
Alright, let's see.
Service 1453, turn left heading 290, clear LS 26 left and descend 5000.
Left heading 290, clear the LS runway 26 left, descending 5,000 feet.
Turkish 1453, speed on 70 until 5 miles final. And the wind is 290 degrees, 5 knots, runway 26 left, clear to land. Lufthansa 639, turn right, heading 060.
Turn right, heading 6060, Lufthansa 639 heavy. Turn on the landing systems here, and although we are at indeed above,
Please return to your seat as the seatbelt sign is now on.
we are not at 10,000 feet yet, but I'll turn it on now. I think it's reasonable. Let's go to
Turkish 1453, confirm approaching runway 26 left.
Is that you? I can hear 132 just barely.
Currently, you are parallel to the runway 26 right.
I can try to understand this.
Lufthansa 639, descent flight level 120.
Descending flight level 120, Lufthansa 639 heavy. Oh yeah, I cannot do that. There we go. I forgot I cannot do a managed descent when I'm flying like this. Alright, I'm just going to put in the tower frequency. That was 118 point something. I'm going to scrap that temporary insert. We certainly are. 118. .705.
Richard Radar, gute Lufthansa 7 Charlie Juliet at gate 212 Alpha, requesting Alpha clearance to destination Hannover. Information data on board.
Lufthansa 7 Charlie Juliet, München, guten Abend. Startup approved, cleared Hannover, approach to November, departure route, flight and route, squawk 1750.
Clear to destination Hannover via the input to November departure, flight planned as filed, squawk is 1750, and please confirm initial climb is flight level 70 for Lufthansa 7 Charlie Juliet.
Lufthansa 7 Charlie Juliet, XM, flight level 70.
Initial climb, flight level 70 for Lufthansa 7 Charlie Juliet, danke.
Lufthansa 639, descent 6000 feet, QNH 1030.
Descending 6,000 feet, QNH 10331, Lufthansa 639 heavy. Get das ist
Turkish 1453, taxi to entry Sierra 5 via Sierra.
Taxi to entry 05 via Sierra.
Let's just give it full speed brake here.
We have begun our final descent into Munich. Flight attendants will be passing through the cabin to collect any trash one final time. Please ensure tray tables are stowed and seats are in the full upright position. Please also store any carry-on items either in the seat back pocket or under the seat in front of you. Please
Let's just
complete
give
all
it
Wi-Fi-related
its
tasks
time.
and stow any larger electronics.
Oh, there are the clouds that they were talking about. What are my frames right now? 24. It's a bit low. Can't quite possibly score a bit of frames by turning this off. Let me see. Yeah, not much.
Turkish 1453, sorry, we are in the Tango side because we couldn't see the Sierra side. So can you just taxi from left to Sierra?
Affirm approach.
Express pushback, Lufthansa 7, Charlie Juliet.
Lufthansa 7, Charlie Juliet, pushback approved, facing to the
Alright,
north.
let's give it a little bit of speed brake.
Push approved, facing north, Lufthansa.
No, that's okay
Charlie
because I
Juliet.
can see there's an entry point here. What is that? That is Gudick or something like that.
Lufthansa 6, 39, left, heading 040.
Turn left heading 040, Lufthansa 639 heavy. I'm going to enable the runway turn off light and taxi lights as of now so that I don't forget it. I decided for myself that I wouldn't use the speed brake. Let's go to I'll try, I'll do my best. Alright, so we're approaching 6,000 feet. I'm
Lufthansa 6, 39, left, heading 350.
turning left heading 350, Lufthansa 639. There we go. Fumbling, but worked out in the end.
Lufthansa 6, 39, descent 5,000 feet, turn left, heading 290, clear left, 26 left.
Lufthansa 63 descending 5,000 feet, turning left heading 290. Was that 26 left or 26 right? Lufthansa 639 heavy.
Lufthansa 639, that's ILS runway 26 left.
Region approach, Lufthansa 269. Can I get 26 right? That's what I've planned for.
Roger, no problem. Then on present heading descend 4,000 feet, then clear LS 26 right, no problem.
Descend 4,000 feet. Lufthansa 269 heavy.
Turkish 1453, taxi straight ahead, taxi gate of choice, bye-bye. Turkish 1453, taxi to gate of choice via Oscar 1, bye-bye.
Taxi via Oscar 1.
Tower offline? Yeah, so that's why. Let's go direct for that FI26R. See if I have armed the approach. It is armed. Perfect. Let's extend flaps 1. Let's get landing gear down right away.
All stations on McKenzie, approach is going offline, bye-bye.
Schönen Abend, den Nordschiffer.
Danke, gleich heute.
Alright, let's arm the approach. Sorry, arm the speed brakes. Alright, let's go to flaps 2. And we're going to do a, yeah, let's just do a 2. The approach is offline, so we're going to go for Unicom. Flaps 3. Get the secondary autopilot online. So let me see, where are we? We are. Yeah, I might do. I am not sure whether I'm going to do an auto land. Depends on when I can see the runway. I'm pretty sure I should be able to see it in good time, and I'm almost. I should be actually. On final. Where are we? About 1,000 above? Alright. Flaps 4. 1,000. Flaps full. And let's ding the cabin. Cabin crew, please prepare for landing. I was almost going to say take off. Yeah, I know, you said that. Missed approach. That's okay. I mean, it's better to do a missed approach than just to try to make a fucked up, sorry, my language, but a fucked up landing. Alright, let's say I'm on a short final now. So, stick is in the hand. Still can't see the runway, and it's 400. Oh, no, I can see it.
300. 100 above.
Alright. Autopilot off.
200. Minimum. $100. 50. 40. 30. 20, retard, 10, retard, 5, retard.
Certainly not a buttery landing. Oh, I have a tailwind. that is imaginary buttering. Alright, let's see, it's 40, that's okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Munich. The local time is 6:08 p.m. and it's currently about -1 degree Celsius. You can now use your mobile devices. Please remain seated until the aircraft has come to a complete stop and the seatbelt sign is turned off. Remember to use caution when opening the overhead bins as items may have shifted during the flight. If this is your final destination, we thank you for flying with us and we hope to see you again soon.
That's something called Pfpx. It's a program, and I don't know what you would call it. Not an offline program, but a third-party thing. Slow brake. All right, let me see. Can I put in a gate here, or is it just? Yeah, I'm just going to taxi to the gate. Alright, let's see. Flaps all the way back. I already disarmed that, so I don't need to disarm that again. Set TCAS standby. Transponder. That's something that is different from VATSIM. Is that they want you to turn off the Q09. Well, that's certainly not where I was expecting, but I mean, it's not an issue. I have my trusted friend here. Let's see, destination. I didn't even get to update that while we was flying. I also only had about 6 hours to do it. All right, let's see. That must be that A359 right here. Is that you right here at 110? That's the only A359 I can see. Let me see what else we have. We just had a yeah, that must be you. Oh, 109. Yeah, I can only see 110, but that's okay. Let me see. Taxiways. So, let me see. Going to go via this. Then November, Mike, Charlie. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I need to go on your right. There's nothing on your left, if I'm not mistaken. And then I will go for 112. I can find that. Let's accept that route. That should be reasonable. So I'm going to remove this and say traffic DLH A359. So they're going to say the type, so you don't need to say heavy. That's actually pretty. Taxi to gate 112, I think it was 112 via A6. November. Yeah, it was 112 via November Alpha 6. November, then I'm pretty sure it was whiskey something. No, Alpha 4. Alpha 4. Whiskey 1. And Charlie 3. And is that an O? O1? I expect it is O1. Am I going to cross any runways? I don't think so. No, because the other runways are on the other side. That's the good thing about München compared with Frankfurt. Alright, let's see. Traffic A59. No, I'm not it. A346. A346. Taxi to gate 112 via Alpha 6 November, Alpha 4 Whiskey 1 Charlie 3 Oscar 1. Yep, let's do it. And while we're at it, let's turn the strobe to off. Auto, actually. Yeah, the plugin, are you talking about this one here? The taxi plugin? So the one with the crew and all of that is called Pfpx. This one here is called AVS. It's a plugin by Flight Factor. And yes, I have non-standard scenery here at the... So what did it register my landing as? Let's see. 628. Probably not going to be proved. Oh no. I did hear someone. Turkish something, I cannot remember the call sign. So this is, should be November 2 and the next one should be Alpha 4. Okay. Oh, it was you. All right. Oh, that's how you you mean it. I got it. It is, yeah. What was it actually? Let me just see which gate I actually opted for. 222. And the only reason I opted for that gate was because that is where this flight actually landed. That is also Lufthansa specific gates. vent lidt, Sofie, så skal jeg nok hjælpe dig. So what is that? I cannot see what it says. 111B, so a little further forward. Let's get that back again. Let me see if I can. That 112 right there. I'm pretty sure I'm standing on top of the name. Yeah, it probably is. So let's just do a right hard turn. Stop. Alright. Parking brake is set. Alright, let's turn off the weather radar and predictive wind shear. We've already turned off the that system because that is what you do here in IVAO. Yeah, it's going to complain that predictive wind shear is off. Now let's turn off the lights. Turn this off. Yeah, let's just keep the nav and logo on 2. Let's set the APU bleed on. Let's turn off all the engines. Turn the beacon off. Especially this this scenery here, it's really messing with my frames. It's a nice scenery, it really is, but it is hurting the frames a lot. All right. Let's turn off the seatbelt signs. Now we can set the dome light to bright. All right, let's see. Let's get a little bit this stuff here. And let's enable external power. I don't know. That's what it rate you as, I guess. But have did you select Lufthansa? No, were you a Lufthansa or were you were Turkish? I don't know. Maybe that's the one they had. Threshold. But wait, let me just. Yeah, I see. Unless Turkey suddenly became a state in the US, I can see the problem here. All right. I hope the passengers are good at jumping. I mean, I'm not that far off the center line, so it must be an issue with the... I think I need to call, get a call on Mr. X and tell him that there might be a little bit of an issue with the that part. Did I mean... Oh, I could have gotten a lot. I don't know why it wanted me to stop there. I could have gotten a lot further ahead. Well. Yeah. Let's see something. $330 to 6. I'm not sure the next flight I'm going to do is going to be all the way from Dubai. The next flight is going to be from Munich. So when that is going to be, let me see, tomorrow. I'll guess I'll be alive again tomorrow. Like I said, I don't know if you, no, you didn't hear me, you didn't read that on my Discord. We had a case of COVID-19. What? My son was tested positive, so we had a lot of stuff going on here with how we're going to isolate ourselves and all that jazz. my server, my Discord server. Let me see if you can see this. I'm not sure if it works if you write it, because I've only set it up for... There. Hope you can see that. Otherwise I can copy it and show you. Oh. Well, I'm not yet. I was going to say very reasonable going to say not yet, because I mean it is in the house, so it might as well be. Let me see, landing EDDM. Oh. 26 right, get a meter update. That is not what, let me just update that again. Here it says 3305. Temperature 0. So there was... Why the heck did it say that I was landing in tailwind? But I live in Denmark, so... What server were you referring to? Getting a little bit in doubt. Well, it's just variable, alright. Yeah, but my what server? My Discord server, or what are you what do you mean? I mean, Discord server is the link that you got. It should work. Just take you straight to the Discord. Alright, so we were finished here, so let's get these guys to drive away. And let's just close down. I guess what I could do is probably do a Lufthansa flight in the 8th. Oh, yeah, that's because you cannot see it. All right, that was what I was sort of a little bit. Now you should be able to see it. I was a little bit unsure whether you can see the comments from the link, Streamlabs link. Yeah. So let me see. Let's just no, let's just keep connected to. Let's turn off Pfpx. So let me show you Pfpx here. Now you should be able to see Pfpx, so let's end the flight. So hard landing, yeah, definitely 636. Yeah, that's not true, but it's the only seating arrangement in order to get 297 passengers. So it's not a A350 1000, it's an A340. Block time 7 hours. Very satisfying. It's okay. So the comments here are, I'm totally telling my friends about this airline, and they'll be recommending us. That was a pretty long flight. I wish I didn't have that extra shot of RAM. I'm glad Scandinavian Airlines continues to impress. Thank you so much. Alright, let's close packs. EDDM to Stansted. Where the heck is that? London Stansted. Alright. Yeah, I saw that. London. Yeah, sure. I don't mind. EDDM to Stansted? Yeah, sure, why not? Alright, I need to log off the stream right now because I need to prepare some food for my hungry kids. Otherwise they're going to yell and be very annoying. Tomorrow it is then. And as always, if any of you are watching sort of silently on the sideline on YouTube, and I can safely say that now because I'm also streaming on YouTube, likes and subscribes, they always help. Definitely always helps. So if you dislike the video, then just give it a thumbs down. It's really the reaction that matters here. And for those of you watching on Twitch, if you follow me, I'll be very happy. Because I did that. Thank you for that. Anyone else that's going to follow, I'm equally thankful for that. I am, can I say, opting to trying to get affiliation with Twitch. So if you can help me up my viewing count, then I'll be more than happy to have that. In any case, I hope that you'll stay safe out there, and 132, get well soon. And I will see you tomorrow morning. Let's say that. Perhaps noon, thereabout. Like I said, somewhere between 9 to 10 Danish time, or whatever you want to call that time zone I'm in. That would be between 8 and 9 standard time, Zulu time, Greenwich time, whichever name you want to give it. Alright guys, I'll log off and prepare some food. See you around. Bye bye.